I'm host Eric. I'm the host of Talking with Famous People, and apparently a really big bully, from what people say. I'm a terribly big bully. Katherine Fauvre. Okay, first of all, let me just say this to Katherine Fauvre. What the hell are you thinking? At some point, or maybe it's just Margaret, your assistant, who just did this unilaterally, and you had no idea that she was doing it. I'm sure that there's not any looking into the person that you're emailing your threats to. If either Katherine Fauvre or her assistant Margaret, hired herself, had looked into me at all for 5 seconds, they would have just said, "Don't send it to him. Send it to everybody else, but do not send it to him." Of course, I'm sure there's a lot of people who are putting the word tri-type in the title of their video or something. So she's got a lot of these emails to send. But Margaret, here's the first takeaway tip from your exchange with me. You can't threaten someone into friendly. Fundamental rule. And what you've experienced in the past, heretofore, is that you can successfully pull off other people not realizing you're threatening them or not prioritizing that because of your bullshit FE stuff around it, like a lot of tone stuff and a lot of meagity mews and a lot of meagity mews. I mean, you're not going to frame-walk me. Never in a billion years. So just to give a little bit of context here. Hi, Boba Fett. I was in a TE Jan 14th talk. I was in the January 14th talk. I don't know what that is. But hello to you as well. Tiny man 6'6". Cool. Well, so Katherine Fauvre, who I wholly acknowledge, quote unquote, wrote the book on tri-types, which is to say, she coined the term, and Portishead went live on Insta. Okay, that is important. You've spent way too much time with Porta's body. So, well, it's a basic trademark copyright thing. It's like she has, because she coined the term tri-type and wrote a book about it. She's trademarked it, and intelligently, instead of telling everybody to take the word down, they send people an email telling them to include the following links to Katherine Fauvre and crediting Katherine Fauvre, right? But the thing is, you can't do this with me and get away with it. This is our trademark. Remove it from your... This is our trademark, and we own it, and we are going to... defamation, life lessons for Katherine Fauvre? Nothing defaming here. I'm telling the truth about exactly what she's doing with her trademark. And I don't even have any problem with that. If she wants to enforce her trademark, fine. Right? What I have a problem with is her assistant, Margaret, emailing me her instructions, which are this is our trademark. You may not use it in any titles or subtitles unless you include this shit in your description that I want you to include. So what the email basically said was cease and desist, or if you don't want to cease and desist, obey. But Sean, I know exactly what you're talking about. I watched a couple of episodes of it, I think, but I don't know anything about it. So, fortunately, Boba Fett, defamation legally is a real thing. It's not just a term that means whatever. Non-legally, anything that's negative about anybody is defaming in some sense. But whether it qualifies as actual defamation in a legal sense, it has to be untrue. I'm not saying anything untrue at all. Hi, welcome back. Finally, you get to talk to Portishead. All that time with Portis's body. And you're like, hey, I need you to be a real person for me, okay? I'm not just something you poke. Can I have your head as well? Okay, well, if you want to come in and just be provocative and stuff, I guess you would say that, Ron Alan Sloan. Of course it's not, but that's fine. So the point is this: it is fine for them to control, right? It is absolutely fine for them to control and to decide to choose to enforce their trademark and their copyright and stuff. And it's absolutely fine for me to also, but most importantly, Gen Axial, I'm not defaming her in any legal sense, even if she's a private figure, because I'm not saying untruths about her. In fact, I'm not even bashing the woman. The thing that made me so mad is that after I complied with their order within, it's like almost immediately after I got this email, which is I took it out of all the titles, but I added a paragraph in the description of each of the 15 videos that I had to address. I'm saying there's like one critical thing she needs to learn. You can't threaten smart people into being friendly. You can threaten people who don't read for meaning into being friendly if you wrap it up with enough tone, I guess. But you're not going to ever do that to me. So, in other words, she was not satisfied with the way I complied because it didn't let her get one of the two choices that she tried to corner me into. Instead, what she got was compliance on the titles. I also removed the term from all descriptions, even though it wasn't required. But what she got in return was a paragraph for me saying, Katherine Fauvre can suck it, basically. And then, but that's fine. It was all over. I was done talking. I probably wouldn't have even talked about it anymore. Until Margaret had the gall to send me a second email saying, I don't understand why you just didn't do it. What we're asking. It's so easy. And you're bullying me. You're bullying us. I'm bullying you? Because I didn't fall victim to your manipulative bullshit? I'm bullying you? I mean, the thing is, correctness is a way of life, You can be corrected in a given moment or whatever, but But correctness is a way of life. If you're gonna try to pull some slimy shit like that on me, which is to say, to try to couch your binary command as and make me think you're gonna make me believe it's you reaching a hand out to be friends with me or something, you paid zero attention to who you were sending that email to. You should have looked into it a little bit first. But like I said, correctness is a way of life. I suspect that Margaret, Catherine's assistant, is TI polar. We're talking about Katherine Fauvre, the lady who came up with the term tritype. Now, here's what I want to go ahead and give Katherine Fauvre full credit for. And I've never said a bad word about the woman before. I have no problem with her. I think that she did what I've done, basically. She corrected something that needed correcting. The wings idea is incredibly dumb in Enneagram. Now, look, to say you're correct. Oh, this is the other thing Margaret did in the first email that pissed me off. So yes, she before I go into this Fauvre thing, yeah, she said take down the title or put the shit in there. Fine, whatever. But the worst thing that she possibly did in that email, that guaranteed there was no way it was going to any kind of positive response from me, was she indicated the reasoning for this. Of course, the reasoning is you can infer the reasoning from the command, right? The reasoning is definitely that she wants to control her trademark and benefit from it as much as possible. That's the only reasoning. The reasoning that Margaret included in the email was that she needed to do this to protect her correct interpretation from the wrongnesses of others. Of course, if I don't know if Katherine Fauvre and I disagree about anything. I have never encountered a specific thing from Katherine Fauvre that made me want to say, okay, she needs correcting or whatever. But of course, I haven't really read anything by Katherine Fauvre. However, let's say I were to talk about tritype and I was to say something that was in stark disagreement with Katherine Fauvre about tritype or anything else. If Katherine Fauvre and I are saying mutually exclusive things, there is zero chance that I'm the wrong one. Because again, correctness is a way of life. And that way of life, the correctness way of life, would not allow an email to be sent out saying, I need to control the use of this term so that my unassailable correctness isn't muddied by the wrongness of others. Now, I get the fact that it's annoying that wrong people muddy good ideas. It's very, very annoying. Again, that's why if in fact you wanted to provide your reasoning instead of just your demands, you would have needed to look into me a little bit, right? Because if you look into me a little bit, you would have said, okay, so in this case, if I'm going to be honest and say I need to protect Katherine Fauvre, it wouldn't be from Eric's wrongness, it would be from Eric's correctness. And then you'd adjust your email accordingly. But the thing is, more importantly, Enneagram's not that kind of thing. It's not the sort of thing about which one can be exactly wrong. One can have a more intuitively insightful interpretation or a less intuitively insightful interpretation, but its fundamental engine is a subjective claim that is arbitrary. Namely, there are 3 core negative human emotions, and that we have a tactic towards each of those. It resonates intuitively as true, but that doesn't mean that it's a real model in the same sense that cognitive functions are. Cognitive functions are a model because they are subject to the mechanism of exclusivity, whereas Enneagram is not subject to that mechanism. So it's not the kind of thing about which you can make those kind of claims, you know? So Gen Xio, this is what I'll say about Gen Xio asked the question, did you come up with it or snatch it up? The answer to that is she kind of pulled an Elon Musk, okay? But about something much better than a big tunnel under Los Angeles. So everybody in Los Angeles at some point while driving in traffic has thought, God, I wish they'd build a big tunnel here, right? Everybody in LA thought that. Everybody who encounters an enneagram first, before they encounter tri-types, goes, everybody who's thinking about it anyway goes, God, these wings are stupid. Why don't you just have one from each of the three sections? You know, but give her credit. Probably everybody's thought that. She's the one who actually wrote a book about it and coined the term and made it into and defined what it is, you know? So in other words, is she wrong about certain things about it? Well, it's like from Katherine Fauvre's perspective, your tri-types are, it doesn't matter what order the numbers are in, you have the same name. So for example, 748, 784, 847, 478, 487, those are all the messenger, okay? Now, Personality Cafe, somebody put together this big list of each of the variations of the tri-types, right? So is it the case that 748 and 784 are the same? Or that 874 and 748 are the same? No, it's not the case. But I understand that Katherine Fauvre didn't want to do all that work. I get that completely, you know? It's like, and she did a smart thing. She just said, well, you know what? I'm not going to distinguish any further. And good for her. But that just shows you that the arbitrary nature of the thing. And again, I want to stress, if she wants to be strong army about her trademark, then be strong army about her trademark. If she wants to be a friendly member of a community that's engaging mutually about ideas and not trying to control the marketplace of ideas, then be that. But, and this message goes out to all ENFPs and all ESFPs, and it's the most important life lesson that any ENFP or ESFP can learn. You cannot have your cake and eat it too. And when you try to, and somebody slaps your hand, you don't get to accuse them of bullying. I think Margaret's an ENFP for sure. I have no idea what Katherine Fauvre is. Now, on a simple FE grounds, also Katherine Fauvre. If you have something to ask me or talk to me about, you talk to me. I get it. You're a busy woman. You got an assistant. You're a big, important person or whatever. And if you want to convey some simple little thing, have your assistant email them. If you're asking me to change the titles and subtitles, titles and subtitles, which I guess means descriptions of my videos, then you better talk to me yourself. Especially if you want me to do it, even though you don't have good justifications. Because what I responded to Margaret's bullying accusation with was, basically, Margaret, if you would approach me like this, hey, Catherine's pretty much only got this tri-type thing going on. Could you help us solidify the link between tri-type and Catherine's name? Then I would have totally done what you wanted. But happy to. I like the idea of Katherine Fauvre getting credit for the work she did. And I like the idea of Katherine Fauvre being recognized as the person who came up with the term tri-type. And I don't know who KF is. Came up with the tri-type notion and came up with the 27 names for the tri-types, which is useful. I'm sure she did other kind of useful things too. She wrote a lot of tri-type descriptions, but But you know what I think about descriptions. I mean, they're inherently iffy because they make Katherine Fauvre. Oh. Well, I mean, I saw KF. First thing I thought was KFC. It's like you didn't go to Kentucky Fried Chicken and just left off the last C. So I don't know what you're talking about. I've had coffee. Well, that's what I immediately thought was KFC. What does Kentucky Fried Chicken have to do with it? Oh, so she had like some sort of like meetup or something, like a virtual meetup, and you went to it? That's funny. I didn't know she did that kind of thing. So I don't know what KS Tri-Type Enneagram website is called. Probably Katherine Favre's Tri-Type or something. Please tell me you didn't pay that $1,050 for a 6-hour session. So what? She's Lionel Sprinting Wolf Kazaquo? She's Lionel Sprinting Wolf Kazaquo. I'm Lionel Sprinting Wolf Kazaquo. And I'm here to take you from crawling cub to sprinting wolf. Boba Fett, shut it. Okay? Boba Fett, just shut your mouth. Just keep that mouth shut. I don't want to hear any more TE shit from you. All right? I've had it up to here, buddy. And this is where I draw the line. Okay? I am tired of your complaining about my audio quality. This may be the first time you've ever done it, but I'm still tired of it. You know what? Why don't you get a compressor and compress your face? Who here is in favor of Boba Fett compressing his own face? I am. That's who. Okay, we're talking about Katherine Fauvre right now. Boba Fett. God. So anyway, what was I saying about Katherine Fauvre? Oh yeah, Lionel Sprinting Wolf Kazaquo. I'm if one wanted to request this voice, what would be the most expedient to say? I don't know. So I have this joke video about life coach Lionel Sprinting Wolf Kazaquo. I'll link you if you've never seen it. I'm guessing Katherine Fauvre is a real life Lionel Sprinting Wolf Kazaquo. I mean, the thing is, one thing you can always be guaranteed of when dealing with me is that you're always dealing with an actual human being. So it's like, I am not entering into this conversation on the back of the pretense that I'm okay. Wait, utter self? Oh my God. I'm about to send both Boba Fett and utter self a sternly worded email insisting that they cease and desist from talking about my TE. That's my emotional trademark, and I don't appreciate you violating it. Anyway, Dr. Lionel Sprinting Wolf Casquo has very much a seminar like that, where he says at the end of it, all you need to do if you want to learn to sprint like a wolf, like me, instead of crawling like a cub, like you, is pay like $1,400. This symposium includes 5 45-minute group sessions with Dr. Lionel Sprinting Wolf Casquo. And there's some testimonials from like big dummies who pay for shit like that. Before I met Dr. Lionel Sprinting Wolf Casquo, I crawled like a cub. But after taking his life coaching class, now I sprint like a wolf. People do the dumbest things. It's like, I don't understand. If I hadn't committed to a path of morality and justice, I would just sit back and laugh. Just like it's like, I don't know how did the more I know about people, the more baffled I am that civilization exists. The world is mostly comprised of complete morons. And I'm not saying Katherine Fauvre. I thought that was really funny. I was like, well, when I read that thing, I said, I've seen that porn. Have you seen that? Has anybody here seen that porn series where the girl gets caught shoplifting? It also reminded me of that McDonald's story. When that guy, this is how idiotic people are, right? This guy called McDonald's or some other fast food restaurant and pretended to be a cop on the phone. And just because people are so, heuristic-y instead of deliberative, he had one of the employees making one of the female employees strip, so the other employee would search her, and it's like, it's awful, right? When you actually hear the detail of the story, it's absolutely fucking abhorrent what happened, but it just blows my mind how the risks of heuristics, right? If you are in the habit of going by, things like, you're in the habit of going by things like symbols, right? Well, this professional is dressed really nice. They have the right certificates on the wall. They've got the right affects. Therefore, I hand over my will to them. No, Americans don't sue each other very much. It's actually, I'm pretty happy with the state of tort in the United States. It's difficult to sue successfully. It's expensive to sue successfully. The only people who get sued successfully are big corporations or massively profitable things. So that doesn't mean that sometimes lawsuits don't produce incredibly unjust results. For example, that song "Happy" by okay. Everybody, good news. If you were wondering whether he had one or not, it turns out that Argus Facts does have a question. The song "Happy" by I forget what his name is. He also did another big hit. But anyway, like, I think it was Marvin Gaye or Stevie Wonder. No, it must have been Marvin Gaye because it was somebody dead. Marvin Gaye's estate sued him for ripping off a Marvin Gaye song, and won the lawsuit. And it's absurd. It's not. There's no intellectual property theft going on there. They just have kind of a similar vibe, you know. So sometimes injustice happens like that. But of course, that's implicit to the civil courts versus the criminal courts. I think America does a good job of converting the realities of ethics into a legal reality, which is to say, the standard for guilt of a criminal matter is much higher than it is for liability in a civil matter. The biggest thing that's undermined is the success of the courts in America from being a face of justice is plea bargaining. Plea bargaining kind of, well, the bottom line is a jury trial is a genuinely necessary check and balance on the power of the government. Plea bargaining makes it such that the individual who's being accused of a crime has to bet at odds that are unfair. So in other words, I've been accused of a crime that should get me, if I'm guilty of it, 1 month in prison. Well, I'm not guilty, so I'm going to fight it. However, what the prosecutors do is they say, I'm going to change the odds. I'm going to change the stakes. I'm going to change the stakes. In the status quo, as it should be, you know you're innocent, so you're going to fight it. If you lose anyway and you're found guilty and injustice occurs, you incur 1 month in jail. If you win, you get to go free and you feel vindicated. The prosecutor says, well, you're going to have to plead guilty to 2 weeks in jail, or I will charge you with crimes enough that will send you to jail if found guilty of them for 25 years. So now all of a sudden, even though the person's innocent, it almost never happens, Boba Fett. It's like it's happened in a couple of high-profile cases in the past, but it's extremely difficult, if not nearly impossible, to get found not guilty on temporary insanity. It's more of an urban myth than it is a legal reality. There's only 2 cases I can think of where it's ever happened. So one of them being the murder of Harvey Milk. But, you know, it's like most likely you're going to have a travesty of justice when, for other reasons. Like, for example, Casey Anthony. Casey Anthony was an ESFP who was a compulsive liar. Not all ESFPs are compulsive liars, but it does tend to go along with it, you know? So it's like Casey Anthony killed her kid and she got off scot-free. Why? Because since she constantly lied about everything, it made it difficult for the jury to parse through the shit. But, you know, every just system of courts is going to make errors on the side of letting guilty people free. That's the very definition of justice. 10 guilt should go free for 1 innocent going to jail. Is it okay to abandon your parents? I mean, I guess that's kind of a category error. In general, parents can't be abandoned. Children can be abandoned. Pets can be abandoned. I guess if you have an elderly parent who's no longer capable of caring for themselves, then if you were to ignore their need for caregiving, that would comprise abandonment. I'm not sure taking candy from a baby becomes a moral act, but well, see, this is the thing. Does intention matter? Yes and no. So, in other words, I don't doubt that Margaret genuinely intended to be friendly with me. I don't doubt that she genuinely intended and wanted for me to both embrace what she was saying and want to support it on the grounds that I'm in favor of intellectual property. Of course, the thing is, I'm not really opposed to intellectual property, but I'm smart about it. In other words, Catherine Fauvre no more should be able to control the term tritype than I should be able to control the term intuitard. Yes, I coined it. That doesn't mean I own it. I mean, that's just basic human decency 101. But of course, I have to acknowledge also that Catherine Fauvre actually, Sean, just to not to be pedantic, but tort specifically refers to civil. Anyway, Genexiel, I'm so glad to hear you say that because yes, just yesterday I was telling Rachel how the Netflix original anime series High Rise Invasion elicited from me a chemical reaction that caused me to briefly manifest my inner Paris Hilton. And I said, that's hot. This is hot. I'm going to really like this. And I was right. May I highly recommend High Rise Invasion on Netflix? This is the concept of this anime. It's such a great concept. It means no criminal liability. It means just civil liability. So the distinction is where the liability lies. So that's why we have infractions as well. If I get pulled over for speeding and I get a ticket and I have to pay a fine, I haven't committed a crime. I've committed an infraction. And the reason I haven't committed a crime is because driving rules are subject to strict liability. Strict liability means it doesn't matter what your state of mind is at all. For me to commit a crime, I have to have mens res, knowledge that I'm committing a crime, or knowledge that what I'm doing is knowledge that awareness that I'm doing what I'm doing and not a belief that I'm doing something else. Okay. So, the problem with speeding is a lot of times people honestly are just driving along talking and then they go, oh shit, I'm going so fast. This happened to me plenty of times, right? So if we applied the rules of crimes to driving, then anybody could always say you failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that I'm guilty of this crime, because you cannot prove your prima facie case, means, motive, and opportunity. I had the means, I had the opportunity, but to prove motive, you have to prove that I intended to do what I wanted. Okay, well, the point about tort is that tort law is specifically addressing civil liability. Tort as a general term meaning injury is not used in criminal courts because it's reserved for civil. In other words, it's reserved for non-criminal injury in courts. You may be correct in a general sense that there's a link to injury, but because I'm so familiar with it in a legal sense that I just always think of it as exclusively a civil matter. Okay, well, that's fine. But tort law specifically means you damage another person in a civil fashion, not in a criminal fashion. So I concede also. I want to just make sure I concede this. You also offered some clarification for me because I'd never heard the word used in a non-legal sense before. So you're half right too. I'm half right. You're half right. Okay. Anyway, that's hot. Can I just say that? That's hot. What were they talking about? Katherine Fauvre? So, yeah, it's like what really angered me was not any specific thing, but the clear indication that this woman that emailed me, presumably at the direction of Katherine Fauvre, or hired because she shares this quality of Katherine Fauvre, that she's rejected a life of correctness. Because correctness is a way of living. It's not a state of being. It's not, it is both. But it's if you want to be correct, you don't have to have correctness. Correctness being a state of a way of living. People who don't live that way are periodically correct all the time, which is why it's critically important to live that way. It's easy to be right when it goes along with what you want. It's hard to be right when it is in contradiction with what you want. And so adults live in pursuit of correctness. Children try to be right, and infants don't give a damn, in my opinion. Now, this exchange with Katherine Fauvre and Margaret, her assistant, is of the last category. Not only are they not trying to live a life of correctness, but whether they're right or wrong in any given instance, that doesn't matter to them either. And that's really, really infuriating to me because it's like that's really evil incarnate. If you care about good and evil, then it's time to prioritize correctness because that's how you treat your other human beings like human beings. When you like Margaret in emailing me the way she did and in trying to frame walk me, she positioned herself as a more human person than me and said, I'm not going to treat you like a human because I have a desired outcome. I'm going to use tricks that have worked on lots of people before instead to get you to do what I want, rather than be honest with you, rather than be open and honest and direct about things. I'm going to be deceptive in some fashion. I'm sure Margaret and Katherine would say there's nothing deceptive about that email at all. Of course, it's true that it doesn't tell any lies. It's deceptive in that it pretends to be something that it isn't. It pretends to be a cooperative, reaching out for a cooperative endeavor when really it's a threat. And, if in fact I'm right that these two people have rejected a life of correctness, then my response here will only engender, doesn't matter, forget about it, go on to the next person. And probably that's what's going to happen. Of course, I'm going to make sure that there's periodic reminders for both of them of the importance of choosing a life of correctness. When Margaret accused me of bullying Katherine Fauvre, that qualifies as evil because it's factually false. It's prioritizing exactly the wrong thing, and it's reinforcing the incredibly terrible notion that wrongness shouldn't be corrected. So, of course, now, but the great thing is this. The beautiful thing is nature provides its own justice, right? So I bet you Katherine, Fauvre, and Margaret got away with this shit a bunch of times in a row and built up bad karma as a process, and then made the incredibly foolish mistake of sending me that email. Well, now they're incurring my foot up each of their respective asses, and my scorn and my contempt. I'm speaking for everybody who was fooled by your bullshit, as well as for myself, because I get it. Not everybody is capable of seeing through your wicked bullshit as clearly as I can. So I'm speaking for all of them when I say, Katherine, Fauvre, Margaret, your disingenuity and your refusal to choose a life of correctness makes me have contempt for you. I should also point out that no word should ever be spelled like this. It should never have the following letters right in the following order. A-U-V-R. What? No. Those letters should not be in that order in anybody's name. So, Katherine, Fauvre, your name is spelled wrong. Here's the thing, Katherine, Fauvre, and Margaret. If you can't imagine yourself, Katherine, Fauvre, sitting here and talking to people like this and taking their most robust critiques and addressing them on point, if you're too much of an expert to do that, well, that's why host Eric's bottom of his leg there with the little toes on it and stuff is currently deep inside your colon. Because shame on you, you know? Shame on you. Good people subject themselves to as much scrutiny as possible by as many intelligent people as possible. They embrace the idea that people come in who are enemies even, trying to tear down their shit as best as they can. Why? Because they choose the way of correctness, not the way of evil. Involuntary manslaughter is not an oxymoron. It means it emerged from negligence rather than intention. You have a responsibility to be non-negligent. And so, but that doesn't make your negligence a willful choice to voluntarily kill somebody. So it's not an oxymoron. Katherine, Fauvre, and Margaret, this is how you do the way of correctness. It's like, I don't care. You know, do I care if Boba Fett thinks involuntary manslaughter is an oxymoron? No. Do I care about involuntary manslaughter personally in my life? No. Do I care about whether it's even properly named? Yes, I do actually. I don't care about that in much things in life, but I do care about being correct. And that's the most generous thing a person can do, because it's saying, I care about applying murderers, Boba Fett, everybody who's committed murder. Who on earth would voluntarily slaughter a man? Everybody who's committed murder in the history of mankind. If it wasn't voluntary, then it was manslaughter, not murder. It's like, you know, I don't want to draw a bunch of conclusions based on some anecdotal shit from Sean, but right, Elvis was guilty of manslaughter in that Jailhouse Rock. Elvis was guilty of manslaughter in Jailhouse Rock. He was, it wasn't, the fight was only sort of his fault, in the sense that the other guy was really inciting him with his words, but that doesn't justify Elvis taking the first punch and killing the guy with just one punch. Obviously, Elvis didn't intend to kill him with a punch. He just intended to hit him, But a foreseeable, however unlikely, consequence of his minor crime was the death of that man. I don't know if Elvis was an ISFJ or not. I would say Elvis was a pederast. How old was that chick he married? Like 14 when he married her or something? Why don't we cancel culture Elvis? Now, let me pull a couple balls and then I'll get back to this whole thing. It's like I want to see Katherine Fauvre interacting like a regular human being with everybody else and realizing that like I have to do. Everybody when I started to talk about cognitive functions, and still now, everybody's trying to generate their own variation of it or whatever. Their own niche that they can take ownership of. And so you have to begin every conversation with an acknowledgement that all of those attempts have a fundamental equality to yours. And that if yours is going to be superior, it's going to have to win on its merits. Now, tri-type, the notion of tri-type, won on its merits over the notion of wings because it's more intuitively resonant. It makes more sense. Wings are stupid and silly because if I were 7 wing 8, well, I mean, I guess the point is, wings are silly once you incorporate the notion of tri-types, because I identify Enneagram-wise as 784. If we were to talk about wings, then I guess I'd be 7 wing 8, 8 wing 7. What? Or no, you don't understand. Wings are. Every time somebody tried to explain wings to me, I just always go, wings are dumb. Tri-type makes sense, sort of, at least compared to wings. It makes a lot more sense than wings. It's more consistent with the core notion of Enneagram. I want to remind everybody, Katherine Fauvre had nothing to do with any of the core concepts of Enneagram whatsoever. She fixed Enneagram not at all. She just got rid of wings and pointed out that since you get a result for each of the 3 emotion areas in Enneagram, why don't we just include them all? Just like I was saying, it's like Elon Musk with his tunnel. Everybody in LA has thought that on occasion. Nobody was dumb enough to think, this is a brilliant idea, I want to tweet about it. Everybody who ever encountered Enneagram thought, well, why don't I just include one from each of the 3 things? But nobody made it their life's work except for Katherine Fauvre. So good for her, And if in fact Katherine Fauvre is saying, if in fact Katherine Fauvre is making Enneagram normative, that it's better to be an 8 than something else or whatever, then she's just doubling down on her wrongness. The thing is, I have 8 in my tri-type, and I can tell you something Rachel said as well about it. Rachel has sort of resentfully said before, 8s always get their way. Kind of true. I mean, she's not wrong that having an 8 in your tri-type is useful when dealing with people who don't have an 8 in their tri-type. But look at this. Doesn't it mean an attraction to teenage girls? Horsemumbler? I mean, please do correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm using it correctly. My bad. I thought I was using it correctly. I never looked it up. I just gleaned the meaning of the word from context, from hearing it a lot of times in various contexts. So please do correct me. Go ahead. I want to know what it means. Isn't it like not children but not adults? Am I wrong? Oh, fuck it, I'll Google it. Oh, I'm totally wrong. What I'm talking about is actually called ephebophilia. Ephebophilia. Or hebephilia. Ephebophilia. Ephebophilia is what it's called. Never even heard the term before. You ephebo. Don't be an ephebo. I mean, horse mumbler, thank you for saying something really dumb after correcting me. It's always nice for me to to feel like I've evened the score a bit. Almost every word both of us use, we acquired by a whole language acquisition rather than the alternative. So that's an incredibly dumb thing you just said. Whole language acquisition is how intuitives gather language so quickly and gather it so well. Sometimes we have to be corrected because it is a bit of a heuristic instead of looking up every word we use and making sure we have its dictionary definition before using it. Almost all of our language is acquired by a whole language. Sometimes that means we're wrong about something. I can give you another example of me being wrong about something I picked up by a whole language, which is a funny one, which is way back in college when I was playing SimCity 2000. I had my dad look at my city one time, and I had my stadium called the Eric Strauss Memorial Coliseum. And he's like, "But you're not dead." And I said, "Well, I mean, what does that matter? It's all about me, right? It's memorial. It's all about Eric. It's all about the guy who's its memorial for." I said, "No, that's for dead people. It's a memorial means you've already died." So really, it's like also it's very similar to if somebody mispronounces a word, that means they learned it by reading it, not by being taught it or explicitly seeking out the definition of it. They learned it by a whole language acquisition. So if somebody mispronounces a word and you go, "Oh, well, they're not really that, they made a mistake there, or they must not be that bright or something," you've got it backwards. Mispronouncing words is a symbol of somebody who's learning words the best way to learn them, but it does come implicitly with a potentiality for error. Fortunately, there's a particularly pedantic class of individuals called INTPs who are guaranteed to correct you if you get it wrong. So I do appreciate the correction, and I'm sure that you are reluctantly appreciating my correction of your misapprehension in the second matter. I guess you'd like existence to stop where your ellipses is there. Because you see, the best way to learn language is to assume, make a mistake, get corrected, and fix it. So that's reality. If in fact you were to make the effort to look up every word you've ever used before and confirm that you know what it means before using it, you still wouldn't have begun speaking yet, horse mumbler. You'd still be in the process of preparing to speak. Whole language acquisition as opposed to phonics approach. Intuitives don't need to be taught to read. They need to be exposed to language and read to and stuff like that, and they just pick it up. At some point, the schooling system realized the vast majority of students do need to be taught to read. And we switched over to a phonics approach. Prior to the phonics approach, we used whole language acquisition because intuitives came up with a strategy of teaching. So they thought, well, this is the best way to do it, obviously. So, what you're talking about here is you're critiquing whole language acquisition and saying we should take a phonics-based approach instead. In other words, teach every bit of language directly rather than pick it up naturally. But of course, picking it up naturally is a way better way to do it. But it does come along with those kind of little mistakes. So if you just do that, that's true. If you just pick up language whole and never listen, never have any conversations, never listen to people correct you, never adjust, or a closed system, and all you do is acquire language by a whole language acquisition, then I guess technically you're correct. Of course, the antecedent to your conditional then is literally both impossible to ever happen and impossible to correctly conceive, as it invalidates itself by invalidating things that are implicit to being a human being. So if you want to get that pedantically parsy, go ahead. But at that point, you're just avoiding not being honest. So it's something we call extensional pruning. To use a word in a normal way and then to retreat to a strictly literal definition when challenged. Extensional pruning. To use a word in a normal way and to then retreat to a strictly literal definition when challenged. Extensional pruning. I used to, when I taught fallacies and stuff, I tried different approaches to get kids to remember both the definition and the concept. So, like, for example, appeal to ignorance. I have a little song for it that helps the students remember it. The use of a lack of knowledge about something to infer that the opposite is true. Bum, bum, bum. The use of a lack of knowledge about something to infer that the opposite is true. That's a good song, right? And for kids who learned like that, I had kids who would, years after the class, I'd see them and they'd say, the use of a lack of knowledge about something to infer that the opposite is true. They might have forgotten everything else from the class, but they remember that little song, you know? See, all right. So there's this game called Passive Aggressive Door Game that you play on FE people. I've never actually played it, but this is something I saw on a comic strip one time. It's just like a one-cell comic strip, Passive Aggressive Door Game. Somebody sees somebody like really far away and then holds the door open for them. And the person has enough FE. They're like, they're split because they want to hurry so the person doesn't have to wait, but they don't want to run because they're going to look stupid. It's like, I I mean, if you want to look up whole language acquisition, Google it. I Googled your word. I mean, it was my word, but I Googled about your objection. You Google about mine. People who use words wrong hang out with less intelligent people. I mean, I don't think it works that way, Gen X feel. I'd say that people who hang out with less intelligent people are more likely to continue to use some words wrong. I don't doubt there are still some words that have totally the wrong impression about what they mean. Most of those instances I've excised, but with a word like pederast that is actually means attracted to young boys, apparently, I guess. It's a specific thing that it's kind of an obscure word, so I didn't get correct on it. You know why I concluded it meant that is because I remember exactly where I picked up this word. It was, and why I concluded what I concluded about it. Anthony Bourdain used that word to describe Gauguin. And Gauguin was somebody who painted a bunch of naked teenage girls in Tahiti. And that's why I concluded that's what it meant. I never looked it up. And I've been using it that way ever since I saw that episode of Anthony Bourdain until this morning when Horse Mumbler blessedly corrected me, which I greatly appreciate because now I have to be aware of the fact that there could have been many occasions when someone there was aware that I was using that word wrong and didn't correct me. And it's like, oh my God, I must have looked so dumb, So I greatly appreciate being corrected on it. But then the idea that it's indicative that I did something wrong in the first place to have used the word wrong is absolutely insane. But I also really like the fact that I remember exactly where I concluded that and why, which is fun, It's one of the fun, exciting things of life that you can go, oh, I totally know exactly why I thought that meant that, why I was wrong. I don't know why Anthony Bourdain said that about Gauguin, but I don't know anything about Gauguin really. I just assumed that since he painted naked teen girls, that he was probably interested in having sexual intercourse with them. In fact, more than that, I remember actually from that episode, Anthony Bourdain talking about how he gave a bunch of those girls syphilis. So I had good reason to conclude that maybe Anthony Bourdain was using it wrong, See, that's the risk of me using it wrong. How many other people have picked it up from me meaning the wrong thing? So don't undervalue the importance of the pedantic INTP saving us all from persisting in things that make us look dumb. But that's their job, right? It's not my job to always be right. It's their job to always correct me. Utter self. I think you may have just attained the final evolution of Charizard. You hold the door, and they're really far away, and then they kind of like half run, half walk to the door, and then when they get close, you close it and go, I can't hold the door forever. And you weren't even going in. I'm not even going in there, for Christ's sakes. Hilarious. On the receiving end, you know what I like better than the idea of suddenly pretending to move in super slow motion? is to slow boil them. To start off kind of scurrying and scurry a little slower, and then very gradually. So to play the race that never ends paradox, where every they close half the distance and they never get there. Right? So the closer you get, the slower you go. The final evolution of Charizard. I really think that when somebody like adds on to something and makes it better, and it really snaps into place, that's a good expression to use. Oh my God, I think you just attained the final evolution of Charizard. Trademark. Anybody who uses that, I'm emailing them a threat wrapped in flowers. Learning from Katherine Fauvre. You know what I want to do? I think I'm going to make up an assistant whose name also is Margaret, so I can have my own Margaret. And then Margaret can email people. You know what? I want an assistant named Margaret who emails people with just like fucking like who writes like an ESFP, just like capitalization, punctuation, be damned. Just and then it's like I'll follow up from Margaret. Sorry about Margaret. We're still training her. Oh. You know what, Sean Ryan Barron? You are correct. And I'm going to, you just did attain the final evolution of Charmander of the final evolution of Charmander. Because you are right. If Charizard is the final evolution, then it can't be the final evolution of. And so I was wrong. I was wrong in saying that we should say you just attained the final evolution of Charizard. We should say instead, you just attained the final evolution of Charmander. And I deserve the heaps of scorn and shame that everybody is pouring on me because of my wrongness regarding this matter. As does Katherine Fauvre, bringing us back to the topic of today's video. Shame and scorn be upon thee, Katherine Fauvre. And so, in today's church of blame, we join hands to heap scorn and shame upon that wicked, wicked Katherine Fauvre. Amen. Hallelujah, O Lord. May she incur your mighty wrath. The church of blame. Everybody comes in. Today on our blaming agenda, we have that politician we all hate and that entertainer who's done something offensive recently. Next, we have an historical figure who lived in accordance with the mores of his time, which we no longer agree with. Lastly, we have our weekly shaming of those who don't agree that the blame church is good. Did I block you? No. I just rocked you. I rocked your world. That's what happened. I knocked your socks off. I made you see angels fornicating with bells. Ding dong, wow, wow. Will you block me if I type in Frank James? No. No. Why would? What are you talking about? I have no idea what you're talking about. I only block people I conclude are spiteful, which is to say, because I welcome actual critique. Well, they do, but they're sonic. That's why they have sex with bells. They don't actually have sex with the bell. They have sex with the sound of the bell. They have auditory sex with the sound of the bell outside of their body, where the sound waves bounce through the medium. See, sound travels different through the medium of ether, which comprises the primary medium of heaven, than it does through air or water. Ether has a different, I don't know, viscosity to it that causes sound to interact with angels in an extraordinarily arousing way. If you're an angel, I don't think the bells get anything out of it. Trivia question. What kind of air does heaven have? Yeah, should I patent the word meow? I stole that. Right? It's like everybody steals everything. Did I steal it wholeheartedly, like completely? No, I adapted something and changed it a little bit or whatever. Just I adapted something for my purposes, right? But who is the person who first used meow or some variant of that to replace a word? Does anybody know? You should know, actually, probably. It should be pretty obvious if you think about it. Once I tell you, you'll be stunned that you didn't think of it. Who is the first person to use meow to replace another word? To be a general noun? No. When I tell you, you'll go, oh, doy. Obviously, yeah. Eric Cartman. Eric Cartman does that. You know, right? Eric Cartman does that. It's not like I was imitating Eric Cartman. It's that the idea of not having to say nouns was already in my repertoire. In other words, I already went, and then you have to give it to or something like that, right? I already did that, but I didn't have them yet. And so I just sort of naturally picked it up. Okay, yeah, sure. That's the other thing is nobody's ever said that to me. Nobody's ever said, you got that from South Park. This is the first time I ever told everybody that I got it from South Park. Because I don't really think of myself as getting it from South Park. It's like any more than Katherine Fauvre made up the tri-type. It's one of those tunnels under Los Angeles kind of ideas, right? To change a word with a fill-in bland word. It's not the kind of thing you trademark. It's the kind of observation. It's an observation, not a creation, right? To observe that somebody else who made up all everything about a neat room, to observe that there's an obvious thing lying right there that they, for whatever reason, didn't notice while doing the rest of their work, is not to create something. To coin a term to refer to it is not to create something. I did not create the phenomenon of intuitardation. I just observed it and coined a term. That's what tri-types are. South Park's also responsible for herp derp. Oh, I never used that. So I'm not a big fan of like ownership, right? People have a lot of conflict when I make claims about my importance in typology or something. Like when I say I'm the only one doing it right, people freak the fuck out, you know? What I mean to say and should say all the time is these observations that I've made, and that I've been engaging in the same process as you, and we've been both engaging for a long time, right? So what all I've done is just apply basic debate coach stuff to reality, and eventually, shaved my observations into the correctest words I could get. Winston's mom, you're not too late, because I am absolutely not above retelling a story. Unless I don't feel like it. Miller's dad. Who's Miller's dad? Is it Golden, Colorado? No, that's Coors' dad. Miller's is, I think, from Milwaukee, isn't it? Is Miller's from Milwaukee? Milwaukee, Wisconsin? Is Milwaukee in Wisconsin? I think so. Bush's Steve. Hey, guys. I bet you're thinking the same thing I'm thinking right now. Let's all go to Busch Gardens. If you want to have a really, 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 really good day, go to Busch Gardens. It is nothing but women with huge thickets of pubes. Magnolia Lane is a lovely walkway you can walk down, shaded entirely by the pubes of southern belles. There's the Alpine Adventure, in which you take a slide, and on either side of you are the afroed up pubes of a bunch of Italian women from the Italian Alps region and the other countries that the Alps are in, like I think Austria and Alpia and Alpland. But I think those are the 4 countries that have the Alps in them. I don't know. They're but it starts from the north and goes all the way down to the very southern Italian tip of the Alps. And your pubes change from blonder to darker accordingly as you go down this slide. Busch Gardens. Be careful. You don't go into the hanging Busch Gardens. That's all dudes. You want to go into just regular Busch Gardens. Because, I thought, Babylonian women, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. No. If you want to just feel thump, 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 go down the slide in the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, it's just all schlongs. All schlongs slapping your face all the way down. Long, limp schlongs. A slide that it's like those things that you go through with the car wash. Basically, it's as close to this. The tip of the schlong is right here, right? And you slide down face first on your stomach. And it's just slap, 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 slap all the way down. I said, "This is not what I signed up for," and then I realized I shouldn't have opened my mouth. It's bad enough when you get a fly in your mouth and you open it, like when you're riding a motorcycle or something. But you can imagine what happened. Oh. Eventually, I got down to the bottom of the slide, and guess what? I had cum on me. I guess one of the guys had just had enough stimulation for the day or something. So I had to wipe that off, and then I realized it was all over my hands. I had to go into the bathroom, rinse my hands off. I'm talking about going to Busch Gardens, Winston's mom. Don't make the mistake of going to Hanging Busch Gardens. It's full of dudes. Oh, well, it wouldn't be a mistake for you, I suppose. But regular Busch Gardens is just all women with very large, throwed out thickets of pubes, and different rides feature different regions of the world. So, it's mostly theming. It's kind of like a skin. It's basically the same ride, which is a slide or a little car that drives around, and it just goes through various places where there's pubes near your face all the time. But there's theming is the thing. So like when you visit China, there's like chopsticks on the wall and dragons and that kind of stuff. It gets pretty boring. It also smells kind of like pussy in there. Eventually, you just go like, okay. When did I sign up to be a gynecologist? It's not inherently a good smell in and of itself. You wouldn't want to say, I don't know, make a candle out of it and sell it on the internet. Hi, Octavio Silva. Did Katherine Fauvre send you? Did Katherine Fauvre send you with her thugs to beat me up? The beaver exhibit is closed. So they can dye the carpet so that they match the drapes, huh? Well, I don't know if you've read the disclaimer. According to Busch Gardens, all the pubes in Busch Gardens are all naturally colored pubes. But, the neon green ones, I mean, whose pubes are naturally that color? I get the red ones. Okay, that's possible. Black, brown, blonde. I get that. But when you go to Space Pube, which is one of the feature rides at Busch Gardens, there's one section where they claim to be actual alien women, and the pubes are neon green. So I don't know. Someone's lying to us, either the government or Busch Gardens. Oh, Sean, you're talking about the Labyrinth, their Minotaur themed ride, the Labyrinth. I haven't actually been on that one. You caught me. You caught me on a spot of ignorance there. I've heard it's cool, but that there's a lot of meat curtains. I'm gonna give everybody a heads up. You guys are gonna get a sneak peek of the next poll that's gonna publish. It's not gonna publish it tomorrow. But I'm gonna give you a sneak peek, as they say right now. Mostly they call it that because they rhyme, I suspect, but it actually accurately describes what I'm doing as well, because I'm sneaking. If I were to do this in a non-sneak-like fashion, it wouldn't be okay. But since I'm sneaking, it's fine. Here's the poll question. New laws force you to pick your newborn son's name from this list. Here are your choices. Miracle, Isthmus, Super Duper Paul, Secretariat, or Throbber. Miracle, Isthmus, Super Duper Paul, Secretariat, or Throbber. You choose. That's the next poll to publish. Isthmus? Definitely Isthmus of those? You're not going to name your baby Miracle? What if it were Miracle Whip? Hi, I'm Miracle Whip. Yeah, my parents named me Miracle Whip. I don't know what to tell you. If I was named Miracle Whip, I would not go by some sort of nickname. I'd say, I'm gonna take advantage of this. My name is Miracle Whip. My parents actually named me. My Christian name is Miracle Whip. So that's why I didn't make this. This isn't some sort of like clever thing that I'm doing to be cool or funny or whatever. That's actually my name. Everybody expects me to change it or something or go by something else. But no, I want to go by my actual name, Miracle Whip. Pretty soon people would just get used to calling you that, right? They'll be like, yo, Miracle Whip. I whip miracles before breakfast, and my job is a dominatrix. Missionaries use words like humble and prosper in Africa. I don't understand what that has to do with anything that we're talking about. I completely failed to think. Oh, you mean they name kids like that, humble and proper? Exclamation point OX bilia. Glottal stops. I like the word glottal a lot. I agree with you. Yeah, it was cool. You know, some of the speakers were a little glottal. I was sitting there, I was trying to enjoy my clotted cream, but the glottal scream that plotted schemes against me interfere with my ability to pay attention is a good sentence. Exactly. Your teacher asks, Miracle Whip, are you sure you don't want to use us use a nickname? Completely sure? And your coolness rating goes up when you just look at her dead in the eye. Of course I'm sure. That's my name. I should also say, you know, I feel like it's not an overreach to include the word miracle in my name. After all, someone named their kid Miracle Whip. That in and of itself is kind of a miracle. And everybody in the class goes, so true. So true. All right, Catherine Fauvre. I'm pretending that you're here listening to this whole thing, by the way. That you're gonna watch this entire video. So I'm periodically gonna come back and resume talking to you. Catherine. Hey, Fauvre, come here. Come here, buddy. I want to talk. Let's talk. All right, have a seat. Catherine, first of all, let me just tell you that we are so proud of the good work you've done. You provided a set of names for each of the tri-types that marks the departure point for naming. And that's great. We all agree that the default name for a given triad is, like, I'm a messenger. Doesn't tell you whether I'm a 784 or 748 or 847, but we all agree that's the word we're going to use for it. Great. I love that. I love that standardization of terms. That's a beautiful thing. In other words, it's not really your work here at Personality Community Incorporated that we're having a problem with, okay? It's not your work exactly. It's your people skills, okay? Now, we get that you're the one who came up with the idea of adding an extra roll of toilet paper next to the toilet. Because before that, we relied on the janitors to check it at the end of the day, and you were right. On occasional days, one of those rolls of toilet paper would be gone before the end of the day. So it would be smart to put an extra roll of toilet paper in. And we love that, okay? So it's not the work that's the problem. It's the yelling at everybody else in your nicest voice. Don't touch that toilet paper. It's mine, okay? If you do use it, you need to come out of the bathroom and announce, thank God for Catherine Fauvre, because I ended up using that toilet paper there. I need to give you need to give me credit for it, okay? Problem is, when people give you a little bit of push, and you know what, that's fine. You want to be bold, and that's fine. When people give you pushback on it, then you come here to this office and file a bullying complaint. And so that's why I wanted to have this little sit down. So it is true that if Steve had said those mean things about how Catherine's such a bitch about the extra toilet paper, if he had said that and it was just made up out of whole cloth or something, we would definitely give him some sort of demerit or a formal scorning of some sort or whatever. But the problem is, Catherine, you actually were being a bitch about it. Yeah, I know. You used your nicest tone of voice. You didn't scream, you didn't yell or anything. Your tone was, I guess, not everybody found your tone condescending, so that's good. But you see, it doesn't matter how sweetly you say it. Claiming ownership over all the extra rolls of toilet paper because you suggested it, it's going to elicit some pushback. I mean, that pushback comes in the form of, gosh, Catherine sure is being a bitch about the toilet paper. You can't complain that you're being bullied. Now, I get it that it's not really you, it's your assistant, Margaret. And that's the other thing I wanted to talk to you about. I think it's wonderful that your circumstances here, the salary and stuff that we pay you and all that kind of stuff, have made it possible for you to hire an assistant. But, it's like, when I call you out on it, on like some stuff that's been said, you can't really blame it on your assistant, because that was your choice to have her communicate as your voice, right? No, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'll accept your paperwork here. I understand your accusation that I am currently right now bullying you. Is that what you're saying? Okay, so let's talk about a word called honesty and another word called accountability. Reciprocal burdens require you to afford other human beings the same sort of assumptions and presumptions that you would afford yourself. So, that's why I'm having you in my office here today. Is you keep doing this stuff. You keep bullying people with a sweet tone of voice, and then accusing them of bullying you when they push back. That's the perfect nutshell for it, really. So, as a consequence, you are hereby issued this plate of scorn. Now, I would like you to sit here and eat it in front of me, please. Well, I mean, and I don't know how else you're going to learn, but what you've done here needs to be corrected. You can use this stream as a good blueprint. You see, what I do is I get corrected a lot. So I've said to a couple of people today on a few different occasions, and this is not just for show because of this video, this is par for the course. Oh, you're right, I was wrong. If I didn't have that mechanism correcting me, I'd be in trouble probably. I mean, after all, how do you check yourself? How do you keep yourself accountable if you're unwilling to Oh, if you're unwilling to engage with other human beings in a direct fashion, but only in an expert to peon fashion, then how are you ever going to learn anything? Scorn. Miracle Whip Christian. Miracle Whip Christian Apostle Stevenson. Miracle Whip Christian Apostle Stephen. That's my name. Son. Doctors need to start regulating names. My neighbor has 4 kids, 2 boys and 2 girls. Their names are Chaos, Felony, Riot, and Aryan. Are you serious? It sounds like 4 characters from an anime. Sean O'Neill, I'm sure you'd have exactly the same results with Googling host Eric, okay? Just because somebody doesn't give charity doesn't mean they're a bad person. Charity, I don't like charity at all. I think charity is a terrible thing. Charity is primarily a way that that people who refuse to engage with the world in a grown-up fashion make themselves feel better anyways. Like, it's true. It's fundamentally true that there's something wrong with the way that we're doing things if we have this many homeless people. You can't be a decent human being and believe that that's an acceptable status quo. The problem is that that's as far as most people go. Is that. And then they either do one of 2 things. They provide charity to the homeless people, which is not necessarily a bad thing, or I'm not saying it's bad to give. It's a tricky, complicated moral question because it's an affirmative moral question, not a negative one. Or they do what most people do, which is engage about the matter politically. But unfortunately, while every decision to give a homeless person $5 or something has equal impact, bad or good, it's absolutely not the case that every advocacy has equal impact, bad or good. So it's like people who don't understand how to engage with the world like an adult will make advocacies politically to abdicate their own actual responsibility to do something, which means engage the question of the politics correctly, or to forsake the political angle and engage the problem directly. One of those 2, right? So you got 2 choices if you're going to be a moral person. You can do either or both, but you can't do. There's a couple things you can't do and be moral. So, well, I want to make this abundantly clear. I'm going to make a video about it. I'm going to make a video called this. I will call Keanu Reeves for $16,000. I need the $16,000, and Keanu would benefit from me calling him. So it's win-win. If I give $16,000 to charity, first I have to steal $16,000 from somewhere because I don't have $16,000 to give to charity. Hey, I know. I'll steal $16,000 from Keanu Reeves, then donate it to a charity and have him call me. And when he calls me, I'll say, ha, 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 ha. That was your money I donated to a charity. And he won't know what to do. Because on the one hand, I stole $16,000 from him. On the other hand, I donated to charity. On the third hand, he called me. But on the fourth hand, I was honest and told him that I stole the money from him. On the fifth hand, I was honest. But on the sixth hand, I was rude. It didn't sound like I really wanted to talk to Keanu Reeves so much as make fun of him. What will he do with that mess? Right. Exactly. I want to start a nonprofit organization that pays me a substantial salary, of course, that raises money to donate to charity on behalf of individuals so that they can receive a call from Keanu Reeves. And the key thing is to be considered eligible for this grant from the charity, the $16,000, you have to agree to say certain things to Keanu Reeves. Also, of course, we won't start actually donating the $16,000 to charity until after my salary is paid, which is $120,000 a year. And that's cheap. I mean, I'm a chief executive. I'm only making $120 a year. So it's like, talk about a good charity. This particular charity gives all of its proceeds, over $120,000 a year, to other charities who then give all of their proceeds, over $120,000 a year, to other charities, until finally one poor person gets $5. What a great movie. What a great idea for a feature film. If we could just get Keanu Reeves on board with this, it would be a hit. Gilbert Godfrey will record a message for you for $150. I will do all sorts of random things for you. Asked me, and it's interesting. All shit tons of things I will do with you, whoever you are. Taxes are taxes. Some taxes are unfair and useless. Well, the problem with taxes in general is not that they exist, not that people pay them, but that they don't meaningfully subject themselves to any kind of limiting principle. So it's like, okay, you know what? Let's start a charity to raise money to pay Utter Self to call Keanu Reeves. Now, Utter Self doesn't know how to call Keanu Reeves, but he's made the promise that if we raise the money, he will contact Keanu Reeves. So he knows about this $16,000 thing. So then he starts a charity to raise $16,000 to donate to a charity to have Keanu Reeves call him to ask Keanu Reeves if I can pitch him the idea. But Keanu Reeves then says no. So then I have to raise $16,000 to get Keanu Reeves to call me. At this point, Utter Self says, ha, 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 why did you pay me to call him when you could have just done the same thing I did? And I said, well, because I thought you had a special rapport with him that was going to get me an in that I wouldn't otherwise have. And Outer Self then breaks down and he reveals that he did have a special rapport. He had a lot of capital with Keanu Reeves personally. He's a personal friend in his life, but he had just spent it all pitching my terrible idea to Keanu Reeves. And now Keanu hated him. So then I changed it up. I just said, you know what? My fundraising now, my charity is going to be devoted towards repairing the friendship between you and Keanu Reeves. Naturally, I start the charity only to discover that there's another charity trying to do the same thing in competition with mine. So then I start a third charity to raise money to oppose the second charity that's raising money to do the same thing that I'm doing. That last charity ends up taking off, going viral. And now it's brought in a whole shit ton of money, and it's all promised to direct its energies to preventing people from successfully donating money to charity so they can get a call from Keanu Reeves. Now, this elicits an angry call from Keanu Reeves. Finally, the main character is able to talk to Keanu Reeves like he wanted. This time, when the main character pitches this idea to him, he says, when he gets to the part where, and then Keanu Reeves calls the second charity, Keanu Reeves goes, whoa. All right, mind blown. And he signs on. And that, of course, is also part of the film. And then the end of the film is it's sort of just a casual conversation between me and Keanu, and and Utter Self is right there. You know, I'm just chatting with Utter Self, with Keanu, and Utter Self walks in, and he goes, "See, I told you, bro." And then we both go, "High five!" And then the camera cuts to Keanu, who looks confused. Roll credits. Roll credits. Boom, masterpiece, Mona Lisa. Beethoven Smith. Genius. Absolutely genius. What studio executive wouldn't buy that film pitch? What studio executive wouldn't buy that film pitch? Anybody smart enough to be a studio executive should be right now scrambling to reach for the phone. As soon as Katherine Fauvre informs them of this idea that she heard on the live stream, she was watching very, very carefully, listening carefully to learn the wisdoms of Eric. I am sure to get a call from, hello, this is Mr. MGM, Mr. Metro Goldwyn Mayer, and I'm here to ask you if you'll allow us to make your idea into a movie. We'll pay you $10 million, and you only have to give $200,000 to Utter Self. I'll say, that's a good idea. I like it a lot. And then I'll bust into song. I can see clearly now, I have won. Gonna be a bright, 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 money-filled day. It's gonna be a bright, 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 money-filled day. And then afterwards, Ourself and I, Rachel and I will go with Ourself. And if he doesn't have a girlfriend right now, then we'll get Rachel's sister to go with him. But if he has a girlfriend, he can bring his girlfriend. Anyway, Rachel's sister's single right now. And she lives in Serbia, which is really close to Ourself because he's in Europe too. But it did Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. They made a cereal out of it. So once you've had a cereal, it doesn't get more surreal than that. Surreal cereal. Ron Alon Salon. I think C.S. Joseph might be right about that. But he might be an ISFP. I'm not sure. So, like, okay, that's a perfect example of sophistry. And this is the distinction between me and a sophist. So probably this person's lawyer made this recommended argument, which is a bad argument to make anyway, but that the mother should defend her naming of the child by claiming that it has some sort of traditional value. It's sort of like cultural heritage thing. Like, no, I'm doing mushrooms because I'm an Indian, not because I want to do mushrooms. Oh, well, then that's okay. Then that's fine. You know how like there's certain Indians that can do peyote or whatever, and but that's different. That's their culture. Really, you mean those guys in those pickup trucks drinking beer, drinking Coors? That's their culture, doing peyote in the desert. I mean, those guys right there, listening to rap, drinking Coors, driving their trucks, and dating girls from Orange County. That's their culture, doing peyote. I mean, it's my culture too. I haven't ever done peyote, but hey, it's like that's definitely my culture. Okay, there's no doubt that doing drugs is my culture. So I claim cultural immunity or whatever. But the thing is, it's such a dumb argument because that mother shouldn't make the wrong, shouldn't lie to win an argument. That's sophistry, basically, right? Because it's possible to make that argument doesn't mean it doesn't matter whether it's true or not. There's nothing traditional about having a question mark in one's name. It's very untraditional. So if the mother wants to argue that she should be allowed to name her kid that, she should make the actual argument that she's making. I would like to expand the existing scope of legal name, acceptable legal names in the United States. I would like to do so because I want my kid to have a question mark in their name. Okay, so why do you want it? Well, the thing is, that question does matter. And the answer is because I want to be different. And that's the only reason she can provide. And in that instance, you go, okay, yeah, well, your wanting to be different doesn't outweigh everybody's need to be able to pronounce someone's name and the government's and your desire to have a question mark in your kid's name isn't enough to justify the whole government having to update all of their systems so that now they recognize question marks as parts of names. It's just a competing interests thing at that point. It's not a rights calculus at all. What she's trying to do is say she wins special exemption because it's traditional. But it's a stupid argument. It's pure sophistry. There's no truth to it at all. You should always argue with the truth. The truth is the best argument, almost always, unless there's some sort of time thing that precludes you from making the full argument. Like, the truth is not always the best argument in competition debate. That's definitely the case. Well, I don't understand why you shouldn't be able to take the test in different languages. What's wrong with that? I don't want to take Katherine Fauvre's tri-type test. Okay, I'll take it. Whatever, okay. What did it say? How big are your poos? One question? Wow. Huge, tiny, they vary in size. Those are the only three options? Doesn't everybody pick they vary in size? You'd be surprised. My tri-type is 784. All right. Great. Are you trying out to be the singer of my death metal band? Katherine Fauvre's tried that test. I don't see any tests online. You gotta have to link me to it. Oh, here it is. Never mind. I do see it. Name and email. I'm going to type in my name, but it's going to be an anagram of my name, namely another email that I have, ssuartscire@gmail.com. Select age, 45 to 54. That's my age. Confirm email, riceaskrust@gmail.com. Start. Character traits. Please list 5 adjectives. Think of who you've been most of your life, most of the time, not who you should be, could be, or have become. Remember not to ask others, as it defeats the purpose. Okay, so what's implied by that is she wants to know how I perceive myself, not how I am, right? But it says here, I am. So I'm going to just break a rule right away, because that's a silly idea. If you're going to get, it's like, first of all, I do perceive myself accurately, but I probably don't perceive myself as accurately as other people, as the compilation of other people's perspectives. I need 5 adjectives, people, to describe me. Fecundity is not an adjective, Sean O'Neill. Fecundity. I think there's an N in fecundity. Or do you mean to say fecundity? You're a fecundity. Yeah, you meant to say fecundity. The ability to produce an abundance of offspring or new growth, fertility. The ability to produce many new ideas. That's how it's usually used. You know. Stop. So is there an adjective form of fecundity? Oh, verbose. Yeah. Okay. Fine. I'll put verbose. I got enthusiastic and I got verbose. I'll put both those down, and I'll put bohemian. Okay. Articulate. I'll put that instead of verbose. Okay. Articulate is a positive thing. She probably wants you to describe positive things. Articulate. I am enthusiastic. I don't think this test is not going to be able to handle complicated words. So we're going to have to give her words that she can expect. Like bohemian, it's not going to have in it, right? We have to think of what the automated system is going to have. I'll put argumentative. It might have that. Arrogant. Okay. Salacious. Am I salacious? Arrogant. I'll put arrogant. But no, I'm not hubristic. I do not have pride against God. You can just, it's like you could have picked just about any pride word other than hubris, and it would have been correct. Horse mumbler. What does salacious actually mean anyway? Doesn't it mean like puerile? Stop moving, live chat, while I'm trying to. There. Yeah, puerile. Well, I mean, it doesn't say puerile here, but salacious is puerile. Oh no, puerile is childishly silly and trivial. I've always thought of puerile as meaning like, well, I guess I probably extended, like, I always thought of it as meaning referencing inappropriate stuff like poop jokes, and I guess I extended the definition to imagine it also meant like sex stuff or whatever, but it doesn't. So I was wrong about puerile, but I wasn't wrong about salacious. Interestingly, the word I used to define salacious, puerile, I was wrong about. All right, this is what happens when you don't look shit up, you know. As per Horse Bumper's admonition earlier, I guess. But I have to have a cause to look it up before I'm going to look it up. Okay, so pulchritudinous, eccentric. I'll put that. Eccentric. I'm also going to say, I'll pick one of my own adjectives too. Honest. What's my greatest strength? Objective self-criticism. Why? It is the way of correctness. What is your greatest weakness? It's self-indulgence. Why? Sometimes I feel like I'm wasting time. What's your favorite color? Transparent. Symbol. What's my favorite symbol? What's my favorite symbol? I mean, does anybody else understand that question? What's my favorite symbol? Like, nice guy pose or something, or microphone? That's not a symbol, is it? I mean, what does that mean? What's your favorite symbol? I I have no idea. A cross? I mean, it's like, yeah. Why would you prefer a symbol? It doesn't. I don't get the question. It's like I honestly don't get it. I mean, it's such an NI assuming question, right? That because everybody necessarily knows via symbols in this fashion that you can. It's so FINI. What's your favorite symbols? Okay, well, I guess I'll put down the American flag. My favorite creature? What's my favorite creature? What a weird question. My cat? Or does she mean in general? What's my favorite creature? Marka. I mean, the answer is my cat, but she doesn't want an SI answer. She wants an NI answer, I'll just put my cat. I don't know what else to say. My favorite saying. Those who have favorite sayings are doomed to repeat them. Oh, hilarious. My desire is to look smart or funny. Smart, I guess. I need fun. I'm afraid of what am I afraid of? What am I afraid of? Anybody help me out with this one? What am I afraid of? What's my blur? Oh, doing it wrong. Correct. Now I'm afraid of never quite catching full blast lightning. Avoidance. I avoid boring stuff. Image personality. My personal image style is comfortable. I am blank in my look and presentation. Relaxed. I dress for the weather. Image theme. I dress for. I don't understand that. I dress for. Is it asking like I dress for a person? Image theme. What look am I going for? What? Why am I dressing this way? The weather? I mean, if I'm smart, I dress for the weather. I guess to be cool. To be cool and warm enough. That's guaranteed to cause an equivocation there. See, really, it's like to be warm enough. To be warm enough and not too warm. Visual archetype. I have a blank look. I have a I have a ordinary look. Others see me as, well, what do others see me as? Oh, I'm sure that they will be skewed. I'm sure my results will be somewhat different than they would have been if I had done it by myself, but I would have already stopped if I were doing it by myself, because I would have stopped at, what's your favorite color? Why? I mean, huh? What's my favorite? That question stumped me in kindergarten, and it still stumps me today. I shit you not. I remember being stumped by this question in kindergarten. I guess you're just supposed to make one up. I don't know. But whimsical. Okay, I'm gonna put whimsical. Others see me as whimsical or childlike, really. With that. Drag and drop the cards in order of preference for that you identify with for most for each section. And I think her tester is kind of. I like the layout, I guess. Oh, I see. They're in sets of 3. I'm none of those first 3 things. It says, I'll show you the screen. I might get in trouble with Katherine Fauvre if I can show you the screen. Am I more? Okay, so the first one says task-oriented. The second one says goal-oriented. But there's no oriented in the third one. Am I more task-oriented? I'm not goal-oriented. Oh, I see. The third one is self-improvement. Achievement. Boy, these are I'll go like that. I'll go 1, 2, 3 in that way. Okay, so now this next one. Like that. This next one, it's kind of a fun test. I would not recommend it. In fact, I may even link to it in the description of this video. Sure, some of the questions are incredibly silly, but whatever. I guess I'm this, and then this. No, I'm this. Like that. Okay. The thing is, this is probably not very interesting to watch because, of course, you have to see these pictures too. I don't want to read all the words on them. Which one of these am I? Like this. Pow, pow, pow. Yeah, like basically it's funny, like these things like the 1, 2, 3 here, it says self-reliant, assertive, or take charge. And it's either code of honor, don't underestimate me, or protect the underdog. Well, it really feels like you've got represented here. NEFI in the protect the underdog, the way it has it here. That's one action type. You've got SETI with the assertive, another action type. And then you've got TE. Well, you've got TI. I guess it, it's like basically this is meant to be a checking of actions, but the actual the picture of the guy anyway on the first one makes it look like TE. And there's a lot of elements in the first one that are TE. So there's not really a place here for the extroverted intuitor's form of action. But of course, this is not a cognitive function test. It's an Enneagram test. But I guess I'm going to go like that direction. I don't like I wish they didn't have the picture in the middle, because like there's this, in this one, there's a picture of a dude in a business suit who looks like an ENTJ. There's a picture of a chick with boxing gloves who's like who looks like a model pretending to be an ESTP. And then there's this kind of like butch looking chick in the bottom who looks like an ENFP and take charge, protect the underdog. So I don't like the fact that, there are multiple conflicting data streams going on here within the same thing, and I have to make a compromise. But I'm sure she intends for it to be that way. Let's give her the benefit of the doubt that she assumes to be that way. Leave that one that order that came in. Peace of mind, peace seeking, or universal? I guess I'm Mia, or is it Mia? No, it's Mia. Do what is right. Rules, policy, procedures, then standard operational procedure. TE last, I did. But why does it? Oh, I see. Okay. I see. Okay. Yeah, this is a well thought out test. I got to give her lots of credit here in terms of the way she structured it. It's she's done a smart thing. What I've indicated before is important as well, which is she's said first compare 1, 2, 3. Now compare 1, 4, 5. Now compare 1, 5. Now compare 1, 6, 7. Now compare 1, 8, 9. It's like, and then does all the permutations, or I don't know if they do all the permutations, but it's a good test actually. Rather impressed with it. Huh. Yeah. Yeah. And then yeah. Yeah. Okay. And then huh. Yeah. 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 Oh, I mean, I guess now that I got to the last one of that one, she got it right. She got 7-8 for correct. I can tell already by the way this test is playing out. Pretty impressive. I'm impressed. I mean, I haven't gotten any results yet, but I'm gonna get 7-8. The way it played out, the way that it does the card thing, I can intuit what she's doing there, and it got down to 7 and 8 at the end, and it gave me 7. So pretty impressive. Let's see here. Yeah, just like that order right there. This one. Yeah. Yeah. I think. Yeah. This one. Yeah. Okay. Now. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so like in this one, so here's the thing. Now that I've had a little bit of time with these cards here, I'm intuiting what they're doing. So in this instance here, it's asking me 2, 3, 4. This is one of those situations where even though this is my first encounter with this test at all, this is the natural problem that an intuitive has, especially an ENTP, especially somebody who spent as much time talking about and thinking about personalities as I have. In these cards here, this is a 2, 3, 4 distinction. She's got 2, special friend, lend a helping hand. She's got 3, be the best, and 4, passion for protest. The problem is her 4 says compassionate, sensitive, melodramatic, regal, introspective, a passion for protest, intuitive, and it's got a picture of this lady in a big billowy purple dress. Well, that's actually my thing, but those aren't good words to describe my manifestation of 4 at all. It would be more rebellious, right? So I am going to put it first because I know already that it's like, even though I think the picture is being NEFI, and I think of all this shit here, and number 1 is being NEFI, and I have a natural revulsion to it because it's super girly inherently. Like, ew, medieval font and billowy dress and like melodramatic guy leaning against a wall. Ew, I don't want that to be me. But it definitely is actually more me than special friend, lend a helping hand, or ambitious all-star achievement guy. So, but it's gonna skew for some bad results because of the picture she's chosen to represent these things. Next. Okay, there you go. You got it, Catherine. I had to help you a little bit with the 4, but you got it. 4 has 2. 7 is not. 7's ahead of 5 or 4, if that's what you're trying to determine. I mean, the thing is, I'm gonna put the other one in because she's contrasted 7 and I think probably 5 or 4. No, 5, I guess. Questionings. She's contrasted them as it depends on the situation and fear of missing out. Well, I don't have fear of missing out. I am fun loving. I am an idea person. I am an escapist. I'm innovative. I do imagine. I have freedom, spontaneous, but I don't have a fear of missing out. So I'm much more identified with the overall summation. It depends on the situation than it does with fear of missing out. But in the other words, So like, and the one that I'm choosing between here, the other words on the other one are curiosity, complex, doubt, courage, brave, loyal, pros and cons, questioning. It depends on the situation. So there's only one thing that I really reject on either of them, which is fear of missing out. But I'm going to actually, I think I'm going to put it this way. I'll put the 7 first because I'm going to just ignore that fear of missing out part. 8 or 9? I'm 8, definitely. Yes, Catherine, again, 784. You don't need to test me any further at this point. It should be obvious. 7 or 7? Oh, this one for sure. Which variety of 7 do I have? Oh, I see. That other thing was 4, not 7. I'm a warm, caring, and welcoming person that needs to be attentive to the emotional concerns of others. I'm an efficient, productive, and driven person that needs to set goals. I'm an emotional, sensitive, and intellectual person. 3 more than the other ones, I guess. Why is it drag? Oh, I see. Drag the statements. Oh, I got you. Okay. I guess like that way. I like her test a lot. You know, I'm not saying that it's a good test in terms of correctly identifying you. I don't know about that, but it reveals to me a lot of indications of good thinking about test making. So props to Catherine for that. Okay. I'm a confident, decisive person. I'm a kind, agreeable person. I'm a responsible, appropriate person. In that order, I guess. I'm a confident, decisive person. I'm an emotional, sensitive, intellectual person. I'm an upbeat, spontaneous, optimistic person. I think I'm more upbeat, spontaneous, optimistic than anything else. Yeah. 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 Okay. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Um. Yeah, like that. I never had. Like she's definitely got the instinctual variance wrong. She misunderstands the sexual variant. Because the thing is, no FI polar person is ever going to structure these instinctual variants if they're sexual instinctual variant like me. In other words, fundamentally preferring to be in a couple rather than on their own or in a group. They're still not going to answer these questions the way she has it here with demonstrate love by creating special time, I guess. Maybe Venus service after that instead of offering physical nurturing. I'm not really that physical. Um, hmm. Right. So this is like, what do you want to love or whatever? You and me against the world, or focus on closeness and desirability, or my other half, or it's like, I guess, like this way. Magic of the moment is last, of course, because I'm intuitive. Yeah, in that order. But it's going to get me wrong on it got me right on my tri-type, 74, but it's going to get me wrong on my instinctual variant. So congratulations. Oh, I got special notice. So this is interesting. Maybe I can. It says, special note, your Enneagram test responses indicate specific patterns that reveal you have the elusive, emotional, and complex type 6 as your head type and your tri-type. This is true even if your test results do not show or specify the type 6 card. Type 6 is the type that is most inclined to mistype in any testing environment. Sixes always see both sides of any situation and are hardwired to focus on behaviors rather than motivations. Type 6s have difficulty typing because they consider the situation at hand, commonly reporting that their behavior depends on each situation. See, that's not how it is for me at all. This is due to a very important aspect of the innate nature and defenses of the strategy of the 6. However, the good news is type 6 does have very specific patterns of making their Enneagram selections. Well, in this case, those specific patterns misled you because it's absolutely not the case that you will hear me say it depends on every situation. That's INFP. Those are INFPs you're talking about. INFPs say it depends on every situation. So it's like this whole notion of a counterphobic 6 or that there's a special kind of is the difficulty that is presented by the XNXPs. So that's your INTPs, your ENTPs, your INFPs, your ENFPs, right? because our extroverted intuition and our 4 or 7 plays out totally different whether we're engaged in a objective deliberative process or a subjective deliberative process. And so Katherine Fauvre tries to, I guess, account for that by talking about this 6 thing. So in other words, she's saying 784s who are thinkers are actually counterphobic 6s because she doesn't want to afford logic of the TI kind, objective legitimacy. She only wants to afford TE sort of thinking of objective legitimacy. And so, in other words, since apparently, according to Sean anyway, she thinks 8 is best, she doesn't want to afford NTPs the status of 8. She wants to reduce them to counterphobic 6. I suspect she's NTJ. I would guess, based on her test. And again, I think that test is a great test. And I think it's incredibly revelatory also about Katherine Fauvre, right? So She says, well, because I don't like answering questions like, what's your favorite meow, right? Because I think she's an ENTP. Okay. Well, if she's an ENTP, then she's, again, trying to make some sort of distinction that accounts for the distinction between FI and TI without, and so her explanation is one way or the other. She either says NTPs are counterphobic sixes, or she's saying NFPs are counterphobic sixes, one of the two. And the thing is, that's just not how it is. It's just like, you've got to, I would not say from that test that she's an NTP. I have never talked to the woman. I've never heard her speak. I've never read her book or whatever. So I'm just positing purely on what that test seems like. It does not seem any TI at all. So I don't know, but I do. It's like, it's not, she says, like, most likely type to mistype in any testing environment because they always say it depends, right? NTPs will not always say it depends. That's absolutely incorrect. So, but INFPs will. In fact, it's one of the ways you can tell the difference between INTPs and ENTPs is, it's not 100%, but it's pretty consistent. Also, ESPs are like ENTPs in this. When you ask them the chicken question, they'll usually pick a side and affirm it because you've asked them to pick a side. Not because they necessarily believe one side or another. They operate under the assumption that for questions like that, you're just going to TI argue it one way or the other. There's no real answer. Like, is this a chicken? Is this a hen or a rooster? If you're not familiar with the question, maybe somebody will fill everybody in on the gist of it in the chat. I got to poop in about 1 minute. It's right now. I want you to imagine a giant brown turd-shaped spaceship, and it is currently nearing the event horizon of a black hole. Once it hits that event horizon, time stretches, just like the poo does when it leaves your butthole. And during that time, you will no longer be able to observe me in a normal fashion because I'll be locked into a special subset of the time-space continuum that makes me go inside the poo. But what I will promise you is that my engineering work on this spaceship has been perfect. And I'm going to survive the incredible gravitational forces of the black hole and emerge by doing what purportedly is impossible, flying back out of it the way I came in. They say nothing escapes a black hole. My spaceship does. That's what it's designed to do. Your gravity ain't strong enough to hold my spaceship in your black hole, is what I say. I say, you know who the universe's biggest quitters are? Astrophysicists. Because they insist nothing can escape a black hole except Hawking's radiation. Look, that's the kind of identitarian bullshit I'm talking about. It's like, just because Stephen Hawking was disabled doesn't mean he needs to have special treatment like that, okay? He can be stuck in the black hole like everybody else, him and his radiation. Upton plates 48, you don't identify as a black hole? Well, that makes sense. You aren't a black hole. You're not even a neutron star. As if you're a black hole. Oh, I have to poo so bad. Okay, I gotta go poo right now. You come outside. Your arms are folded. I'm getting scolded for playing again. I want to achieve as much as I can. In terms of a man you want me to be, I got to do what I gotta do. I'll include you in everything that I can. 'Cause I'm your man, and you're my girl. I mean my woman in the world. You are the one I will be with till my dying day. I want your belief. You want my attention. I've got an invention going again. I want to be as much as I can. In terms of the man you want me to be. So Kimberly, please don't be mad at me. Though I made this song, 'cause I'm your man, and you're my girl. I mean my woman in the world. You are the one I will be with till my dying day. 'Cause I'm your man, and you're my girl. I mean my woman in the world. You are the one I will be with till my dying day. Jonas got his cabinet stuffed full of frogs. He's forgotten all about his lunchtime date. And Helen's leaving nasty comments on his blog. 'Cause Jonah's running really very late. They say neurotics always link up to a tendency towards the things they do. Means mostly in blues, finishing I've been basking now a must. Play the hat and with your trucks on the ground, make your pay the ground across round around. Rust, void, rust, and bleak, till I say, calling, but it can't be heard on. This side of the hill, dance neurotic focuses on the dance floor. He's telling now that it is time to jump on the ground to make a big eradicate. I want you to make a vibrate. How about the rest? Jonah's got his cabinet stuffed full of frogs. He's forgotten all about his lunchtime date. And Helen's leaving nasty comments on his blog. 'Cause Jonah's running really very late. Barry was kind of thinking, detectives in the parks. The Barry was kind of thinking, detectives in the parks. Once there was a girl named Jenny Sue, a teenage girl a lot like you. She lived in Florida, played some softball prematurely, had her last call. The day was clear and the sky was blue, so you don't need to fear. Well, I mean, I'm impressed that I only had to help her get me right basically once. twice maybe in the whole test. So at first when I was taking it, first couple of times I was dealing with the plates, I hadn't intuited yet what she was doing with them. But by the third time I knew what everything was, what she was, I got the concept and I could intuit where she was going. So it's like, there was one question where one of those plates, the one with the girl with the big purple dress on it, is supposed to represent 4. It's not a good representation of 4 because it only includes the FI version of 4, not the TI version of 4. And so I had to help her by saying, okay, well, you've not quite understood 4 correctly, but I can tell what you're going for here, you know. And it's not like I was trying to get 784. I was trying to correctly describe myself and recognize that the reason that didn't correctly describe me and was like had some deal killer wrongness to it, but nevertheless was the preferable choice, was because I understood that I understood what she was doing, you know, and so I understood why she had done it. I understood how she had done it wrong, so I helped her by picking the correct choice anyway. But well, it depends how you interpret it up to in place 48. The thing is, from Katherine Fauvre's perspective, I don't think she really. I basically, TE people and TI people don't respect each other very much, but the difference is TI people understand TE people a lot better than TE people understand TI people. So it's BB's, the problem with BB's suggestion there, that 1, 4, 5, 8 make up our identity and sense of self, and the rest are interfacing in persona, is it's a failed attempt to solve the problem of not distinguishing between kinds of functions. So there are action functions, there are knowledge functions, there are deliberation functions, and there are interface functions. Whether your identity and sense of self are linked strongly to action and interface is going to depend on what your dominant function is, right? So there's a presumption in that notion that the real self is not the public self. And that's just a function bias projection. That's an NFJ function bias projection. Probably INFJ function bias projection. I'm assuming BB's probably an INFJ. But I don't know. I mean, the bottom line is, at the end of the day, even if I had, I mean, it's impossible for me to turn off intuition. So when tested, it's never safe for me to assume the test maker is more intuitive than I am. In fact, it's always horribly unsafe to assume that, and very unlikely. So I have to deal with the reality as it is, that I probably better understand what they're trying to test and how to get there than they do. And so I have to help them a little bit in testing me. But it did get it right. You respect FI Maverick's time and place, you get leveled. I don't know. I thought it's weird. Like my dad came out here yesterday, and yeah, I can't conceive of it very easily. But that's why I okay, well, sure, see him as an ENTP. But look, it's like this. It absolutely makes sense that an ENTP who's got all the skills of the ENTP would make a mistake that looks like an INFJ's mistake. Because it takes more than just being an ENTP to get things right. I was the universe, for whatever reason, has structured my incubation chamber to maximally attain positive impacts from the function stack. In other words, every ENTP ought to be raised in the kind of house I was raised in, where things had to be justified with reasons, and yet at the end of the day, the TE arguments won out. Well, that, no matter how right you are, we got to get the shit done. We got to get the outcome we need. And yet, the whole environment was constrained by TI kind of negative prescriptions, like we don't do these things to each other, and we don't do these things to other people. So, plus, I had an ISFJ mom who gave me a shit tons of unconditional love with lots of like hugging and stuff and conversation, and who genuinely found me absolutely delightful, right? Then I had debate in high school as a debater, where I learned the competition aspect of it. Then I had debate as a coach for a long time, where I learned the meta competition aspect of it. Then I've had this YouTube channel where I've had to engage with a meta framework, namely cognitive functions, that forced me to not simply attend to the things in front of me that I was attending to, but rather to the being who is doing the attention as well. And to have to understand things in a way that includes myself is the ultimate reciprocal burden meeting, really. So it's like I've been very, very incubated to be more correct than most ENTPs, because it takes a lot of different cooking an ENTP. Cooking a perfectly cooked ENTP is like baking the world's slowest, most complicated cake. Almost none of them successfully get made. Almost none, because it's like a video that's coming up soon. I'm going to end this stream pretty soon, but here are some titles for some videos that are coming up soon, and I'm gonna talk a little bit about one of them in particular. So, one title: COVID law requires hairdressers to work topless. Okay. The reason that's how I wanted to frame it, is because we went to a downtown weed store yesterday, and on the way back, we took the what I call the Forest Lawn route, which goes from the 101 to the 134 across near Universal Studios, kind of. And on that street, there's always parked this van, and it's painted pink, and it has on the side of it in big black letters, topless hairdresser. And it has the phone number to call, right? So what I realized is, oh my God, wow. California has prohibited all non-topless hairdressers from doing business. Meanwhile, this topless hairdresser has got to be drowning in work, right? Because after all, nobody else can get their hair cut. And so what I'm envisioning is this scene. There's the husband, the wife, and their 2 children. And the husband's saying, okay, look, honey, look. This is not the sort of thing I'm interested in doing because of some sort of prurient. Did I say, was it puerile? I said it was prurient I meant. There's the, Eric. That was he. Oh, Eric. I didn't not know that. I did know that. I just said the wrong word. Prurient. That's what I meant, not puerile. Yes, prurient. Oh, Eric. Oh, Eric. Anyway, prurient. So, honey, listen, this is not for any prurient reason, okay? It has been 4 months. We all really need a haircut. And I said, but Bob, I mean, it's like inviting a strip club to our house. Can't you at least tell her to put her top on? Honey, look, I'm not going to tell a professional like her how to do her job, okay? She is a topless hairdresser. If I were to call a injury attorney and say, hey, can you fix my car? They'd say, that's not what I am. I'm not going to do that to this woman. All right? Okay, but our kids, sweetie, they need haircuts too. We all do. The whole family needs haircuts. And if we're going to have to just endure sitting here and a couple of big old titties bouncing around us, that's just what we're going to have to put up with. I'm sorry, but I'm putting my foot down here. I assure you, I will take no pleasure in these large bouncing breasts. I simply want to get my hair cut. All right, Peter and Gigi, I'm transferring this bummer right back to you. Next topic idea from yesterday. That's not me. That's Bob and Helen having their argument about hiring the topless hairdresser. All right, next topic over the video. That ovum is not to scale. I don't know if you saw the headline, but scientists are planning on sending, like 60 million sperm to the moon. That ovum is not to scale. I don't think it doesn't matter how many sperm you send. It's not going to impregnate the moon. You're going to need substantially larger sperm than human sperm. Just wanted to point out what seems like an obvious fact to me. Oh, a reveal about the poll question. So I had a poll question that said, would you rather be meow, 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 meow? And I don't remember everybody's answers, but it was interesting yesterday as I was talking with Delilah, my dad, and Rachel about that question. They all explained their answer in the same way. Well, I'm already meow. So, like, I picked harsh rather than indirect. And my explanation is, well, I'm already harsh rather than indirect, so I'll take that one. That's how apparently maybe everybody answers that question. And it reveals that it might be a good form of test question for typing, potentially. Bob drinks booze and gazes at the big bouncing breast on Brenda, the waitress at the bar and grill, steak and lobster, dancing nightly. He's only allowed to do that if he's getting his haircut, though, Winston Small. In California, you can't be in any restaurants. There's no bars and stuff. You can't go to barbershop. You're only allowed. So basically, the state of California, or LA County anyway, I don't think it's statewide. I'm not sure. But LA County has functionally passed a law that says if you wish to continue doing business as a hairdresser, you have to take off your top, which I just find fantastic. Not the actuality of it, but the hilarity of it, you know. Okay, here's another possible video title that I wrote down on this list last time. Smell, Oracle of the Past. Well, yeah, Octavia, LA, California in general, but LA County has been super hardcore, more than just about anywhere in the world. Yesterday, I was in the bathroom and my belt, it's come undone. So it's a leather belt, and you know how there's like a metal thing and the leather goes around like this and then it's stitched here? Well, this stitching came undone. And there was this one string of leather, but it was stitched with leather too. And I pulled up and I was going poo and I lit it on fire. The smell of burning leather immediately took me right back to my job at the leather factory when I was in Santa Cruz. It's like I could picture myself right there doing this. This was one of my jobs at the leather factory. These things would come in wet, these big, like cow hides, basically. They'd been turned into leather. It's like the whole piece of leather coming wet from this thing here. And my job was to take it off of this pole. It's like a pole to go, it's like a thing that goes around like this. It's got a bunch of poles sticking out of it, each one like an arm that you could pull something off of, you know? And I pull it off of this, put it on this one. It's a drying one. And then wait for the next dry one to come out, take the dry one off, get the next wet one, put it on the dryer. Take the next dry one off and put it on the pile, get the next wet one and put it on the dryer. That was my job at the leather factory. And it took me right back to that moment of doing that because it smelled just like that in the leather factory. Now, I don't think they were burning leather on purpose in the leather factory, but I guess probably some leather must have gotten burnt a little bit to make that smell. Because it doesn't smell exactly like leather. It smells like kind of burnt leather. No, Winston's mom, that would be the opposite thing, right? That a visual thing prompts a smell association in you. Well, I don't have it that direction at all. I don't know if it works that direction for some people or not. I guess it probably does, but in my opinion, that's not the natural SI direction. The natural SI direction is to smell something and then remember, not to see something, provoke a visual association, and then prompt a smell association. All right. Okay. Next video title: INFJ Johnny acquitted. So I had a phone typing session with INF Johnny. Asked him a couple of questions, chatted with him for a while, and basically, he presented his case to the judge. The judge threw it out on the grounds that I had never really had sufficient evidence to arrest him in the first place. And he is formally acquitted accordingly. Since it went to trial, double jeopardy applies. In other words, he was found not guilty. And as a consequence, we have a responsibility to presume him innocent, which means to operate as though he were an INFJ. This is for me, okay? I have a responsibility to operate accordingly as though we were an INFJ based on the fact that he got acquitted. Being acquitted, being found not guilty, doesn't mean you're factually innocent necessarily. But it does mean that you deserve to have me afford you the assumption of such because you've been acquitted. And other self, let me ask you, does it ever work the other direction for you? Where you, like they're talking about, where you remember something and that prompts you to smell a thing in some way? I mean, it never works that way for me, but who knows? Okay. Also, I want to talk about my cool tarot typology construct, which interestingly kind of seems to fit BB's model, which I'd never heard of before. The thing that was said earlier, this is exactly what BB was saying. Interestingly, because I don't know. I just was playing around with this notion yesterday. I guess it's probably, let me see if it's easier for me to bring the camera over there. It might be. So, okay. I've been bothered for a while by the fact that tarot cards don't seem like, okay, when I ask people, well, what are the suits here? Like, I don't get the difference between pentacles and wands. And they say, well, wands are creative and pentacles are like money or something like that. There's nothing about the wands pictures that makes me think those people are creative at all. They all looks like a bunch of TE shit to me. So what I concluded yesterday, playing around with these tarot cards, was the following thing. That cups are FI, that pentacles are FE, swords are TI, and wands are TE. So where are the perceiving functions? Well, they're represented in the majors. So what we see here is in the majors, I've got, like, this is NE. This card represents extroverted intuition. And these four majors are the representations of Wait, where's the magician? Where's my magician card? Oh, there it is. Okay, this is not in the right place. Oh, I haven't really finished that part, I guess. I don't know. The thing is, the idea being, like, the majors are various incarnations of each of the perceiving functions. Now, and then there's two left over, and those are good and evil. So, combining cognitive theory with witchcraft is blasphemy. Tarot is not witchcraft. Not any more witchcraft than, say, I don't think Gen Xio actually means that, but a lot of people actually mean shit like that, and I don't know what to make of it. No, witchcraft is trying to make things happen with magic. Okay? I'm not predicting the future. I'm trying to make things happen. I'm finding symbols that I can use to better explain understandings of the world in different ways. So it's like, it's very easy. Yes, I know, Gen Xio, I know. I know all about your special satire. I know all about how you like to satirize on Saturdays saturnally. Brings you a state of satori. See, Ouija boards, I think that actually qualifies as witchcraft. I don't know if I'd feel comfortable using a Ouija board. So there you go, right? Eric, what do you mean? Yeah, you actually think a Ouija board is witchcraft? You wouldn't be comfortable using it? You've got to be kidding me. You're not actually that superstitious, are you? Well, I mean, I don't know. Like, seems like playing with fire for some reason to me. A Ouija board does, but tarot doesn't. Because tarot, I understand what it is completely. It's an intuitive tool, right? A Ouija board claims to externally source information. You'd like to see someone summon an actual demon? I mean, if you wanted them to prove some sort of paranormal stuff, why a demon? Why not have them summon something pleasant like a forest sprite or a nymph? Everybody could use a nymph, right? Hey, you got any extra nymphs lying around here in the magical realm? How about one of those pretty derby girls? Demons is all you get if you use witchcraft. Oh, you don't have a choice. You have no possibility to witchcraft your way into something pleasant. I picked the ones that they either fall out or like don't shuffle in well. You know, like I'll shuffle, and one of them will stick out. And then I go, okay, that one. You know. You think nymphs can be more dickish than demons? Well, that's assuming the demons are dudes. Obviously, nymphs being chicks can hurt your feelings way more than a demon can. On the other hand, a demon's a lot more likely to boil you in hot oil. So it's a toss-up. Nymphs be pimpin', pimps be nymphin'. Eric, have you seen The Good Place? Is that heaven? Have you heard the good news? Jesus is risen. No, I've not seen The Good Place. Oh, I got another update, everybody. You know those people we used to call midgets, and then we started calling them little people? Now they want to be called nymphs. So, another update. Now they want to be called sprightly little scamps. So, everybody change your words again. Everybody change your words again. Nobody can tell the future, okay? It's not possible for any human being to tell the future. All you can do is make predictions based on extrapolating from current trends and discover if you're right or not. Check out The Good Place. It's NETI Delight. Cool. It shouldn't work, but it does. Okay, hey, don't use the first person plural possessive. That's your Lord and Savior, not ours, okay? Don't use the royal we when pledging your soul to Satan. I don't want to be frame walked along with you to hell because I don't like fire. To be used on me by others. That handsome actor you were checking your compatibility with, Tim Conway? I have long had a deep crush on Tim Conway. It's like, oh my God, if I could just see Tim Conway beneath me looking back like this, my life would be complete. That hilarious little genius, Whoopi Goldberg's husband, Tim Conway's son, Ted Danson? What? I haven't yet, okay, been all the way through the desert on a horse with no name. I have been on I have successfully made it through the desert on a named horse, but I'm still working up to the horses. Nameless horses obviously are a lot less easy to ride. Jesus Anton LaVey is documented fraud. Yeah, I think any Christians who are out there worrying about Satanists are very much, hand washing over nothing. It's like, don't you worry your pretty little head. There aren't really any Satanists. Not really. That's the thing that we should all remember. In the civilized world, nobody's willfully, knowingly, gleefully arguing in favor of evil. They actually think they're right. The evil is an emergent phenomenon of the way of wrongness, which is the opposite of the way of correctness. The way of correctness, which is my ninja way, and which is the most moral way of being, is the way in which you acknowledge that things external to us, such as words or actions or objects, require an agreement. Things external to us require agreement. Once you accept that things outside of us require agreement, then you understand that the most critically moral thing a person can do is uphold reciprocal burdens argumentationally, which is to say, whatever kind of reasoning you use to justify your position, you are required to either agree also with instances that use the exact same reasoning in an appropriate in the exact same fashion to justify other things, or forsake your initial position, agreeing that that kind of reasoning isn't good enough to justify things. So that's the way of correctness, which is the way of the Lord. Jesus died on the cross because people were so wrong and so far from the way of correctness that he just said, look, the only way humanity's ever going to overcome this is if you'd rather die by being crucified than engage in the way of wrongness. And, the way of wrongness always manifests in exactly the same way. Somebody's being dishonest with themselves. And then, of course, that plays out as dishonesty with others. It plays out as stupidity. It plays out as all kinds of things. Someone's not being honest with themselves. It is very hard sometimes for people who are highly attached to a specific to be honest with themselves. But that's the most critical thing. If you're honest with yourself, you're you don't get too big for your britches, because being honest with yourself means being attuned to where you too are a sinner. If you try to fight against that fact, that looks like hating to admit when you're wrong in a secular sense, right? It looks like avoiding my words when I'm pointing out how and why you're wrong. In a secular sense, it's the same thing. But it's like, if we're talking about clear-cut, universal moral thing like murder, you'll never attain any redemption, Joe, until you admit that that guy looking at you funny didn't justify you murdering him and his whole family. If you can never come to terms with that, never admit it, we declare you basically a criminal menace inherently. You are so insane that you lack empathy. You are a sociopath, but not only that, you have antisocial personality disorder, so you actively harm others as a way of executing your sociopathy. We pathologize it appropriately because it's foreign to the human nature to be evil. We make each other evil. Occasionally, there might be an anomalous person born broken, but almost always people are evil when they're expressing the evil that has been done to them, or they're evil when they're expressing the fear that they have, which itself emerges from a dishonesty with themselves about the nature of reality and their own fallible, fragile human nature. So I want to talk a little bit about FI polar. My dad came in yesterday and gave me this picture of my mom that he took from at the nursing home. It's a recent picture, so she's at the nursing home in her wheelchair and stuff, and he has a frame around it, and I guess he probably printed it out and framed it with a framing headline around and gave it to me. Of course, I went through the motions. Oh, thanks a lot, Dad. How wonderful. I'll put it right there. And I did. And then he went back inside, and I'm like, I don't know if it's FI polar or what, but I don't get this. The truth is, I don't want that picture. What the hell do I want that picture for? I mean, what am I supposed to do? Just look at it and go, yep, there she is. I mean, but I do understand that everybody thinks I'm supposed to want that picture and be moved by it and find it precious in some fashion. But to me, it's just wall clutter. That's not cool, really. It's just sort of, it's fine. It's a picture of Mom, but it doesn't, it's, I mean, it's just visual data, It's not even, it's a fraction of the least meaningful data possible about this person. Why would I have any interest in having an occupied physical space, No, it doesn't make me feel anything. It just, I just think, I mean, I'm sure it does make me feel something at some point, but I don't tend to. It's probably good to have it there. It's probably like something I'm not really noticing that's nevertheless impacted me, like to remind me of Mom, to remind me that she's still alive, to remind me that she's over there, and also to remind me, I guess, of what I lost. The problem with dementia is how slow it is. So it's the opposite of the famous heaps problem. If you're not familiar with the heaps problem, let me tell you about it. One Supreme Court judge came up with the heaps issue as a matter of explaining glass houses and all that. Jesus Lord. That's the thing. I know this links to my personality type. Not really to any sort of moral issue, but I'm a big believer in making my house as glass as possible. The heaps problem. The heaps problem was presented by a Supreme Court judge regarding the matter, basically, of binary versus sliding scale things. And he said, let's imagine there's a law that says you cannot have a heap of salt, but you can have grains of salt. You would conceivably put one grain and say, well, one grain is not a heap. Add a second grain. Well, one more grain can't make it a heap, just one more grain. And then you add another grain and you say, well, if we didn't have a heap before, adding one grain of salt surely isn't enough to make it into a heap. But at some point, it definitely becomes a heap, right? So the heaps problem in reverse is, what was I saying that about? Let me see if I can remember I don't remember what I was talking about when I said that. Dementia. My mom's identity is a heap. Dementia is removing the heap one grain at a time. So at some point, my mom ceased to be a heap, but by the time she had gotten there, my understanding of what her heap was had adjusted according to her diminishment. So MJ points out another good aspect of this metaphor here that I hadn't thought of, which is it's also possible to dismember a heap by spreading it without taking any of the grains away. I don't think dementia is an analog to that, but I bet there is an analog to that. I mean, I think the analog would be in a relationship, right? That if you're in a long-term relationship and that's your heap. It comprises all the time you spend together, all the things you do together, all the connections, right? But there are also aspects of life that don't involve your significant others. When you see a celebrity couple break apart because We just didn't ever see each other. We were both on set all the time, blah, 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 blah. That's what happens when a heap ceases to be a heap, because most of the grains of salt in the person's life are no longer of that pile. Double. Good one, Peter Denchichi. That's funny. A heap is just a hump trying to sound less bumpy. Oh, good label. Mm-hmm. It's very simple. Most people end up getting into a relationship at some point. How you want your relationship tells you whether you're SP, SX, or SO. If you want to keep separate finances, expect the other person to basically not rely on you as a teammate, but rather as more like friends who are committed and have sex, but there are very clear boundaries to what you can expect from your partner. That's SP. SX is you expect your significant other to like be your partner in crime, as they say on the the dating websites. I saw this one very funny dating profile that had a little please note, I automatically eliminate anybody who has in there in the talkie part, I'm looking for a partner in crime. I mean, the reasoning being, I just can't be with somebody who says such stupid shit. I think I probably like contacted that lady because I was like, oh, you're funny. I like you. Maybe. Who knows? It's a dating site. But so anyway, then your SOs, what they want is when you're in a relationship, for that relationship to be how both of you present to a larger set. Either how both of you fit into the family, how both of you fit in, if I were SO, my relationship with Rachel would be all about how she fits in with you. If I were SO. So if I were an SO type and I found a perfect relationship partner, she'd also be like prioritizing that. Eric, look, hey, we've got to be us in the community in this way, and we've got to be community, and we've got to, man. I mean, sure, let's say an FI loser, an FI loser, an FI user, an FI user really loves their family a lot. Like, what do you see in Prince Harry? Prince Harry is someone who's not using enough FI, and but he's probably also SO. And he's been put in a really hard place now because he doesn't realize how important his own family is to him. And he really wants Meghan Markle to fit into the group, but since she won't, he's going to try to fit into a different group. Like, in other words, he'll just change the size of the group and work that angle instead. And that woman makes me so angry, Meghan Markle. She should change her name to Schmegma Sparkle. That would be an appropriate name for her. If you imagine, you know the character from My Hero Academia who says, "I can't stop twinkling," and he's got a big circle on his stomach, his cheeks out a ray of sparkles. You know that guy I'm talking about? Imagine if he were a sociopathic narcissist. That's Meghan Markle. That's who that is. She can't stop twinkling, but all of her twinkles keep being evil. Hi, Trouble. Hi, you handsome scamp, you. Speaking of handsome scamps, boy, I'm going to show you guys a handsome scamp indeed. Look here. What's that? Is that Trouble? Yes. Where are you, Kate? Can you see it? Yeah. What a handsome devil you are. Oh, my goodness. What? Bend over for you? Wow. Trouble. Okay. Sorry. Trouble seduced me. I'm going to go outside. I'm going to bend over and take it like I'm supposed to from this incredibly rugged, handsome bad boy cat that I just melt for bad boy cats like this. Look, I know. I'm going to settle down with a nice house cat, but Trouble rocks my world. Here you go, Trouble. Hi, baby. Buddy. Sometimes my own incompetence absolutely astonishes me. Although, at this point, it should come as no surprise. You really gotta fight against your nature not to get exploited by the bad guys. You gotta fight against your nature not to be exploited again. 'Cause they'll capitalize on your niceness. And then you'll be like, hell, I've been priceless. Happy, blah, 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 blah. That's good. Glad to hear it. Don't engage with people who will hold things against you. I agree. There are some fundamentally unhealthy behaviors that one can articulate. One of them is might be called scorekeeping, but a certain variety of scorekeeping is unavoidable and not unhealthy. In other words, simply remembering what's happened in your relationship does not comprise scorekeeping. If you're in a relationship where you make note of opportunities, you make note of behaviors that you're going to use later to get her, or to prove the point you've been trying to prove for a long time, that's scorekeeping, or ammunition gathering, you might call it. I used to do that with Kimberly. I mean, it took a long time for me to start doing it, but eventually I had no choice but to start sort of gathering data because she kept disagreeing with what I was saying is the thing. She continually disagreed with my claims. And it seemed to not matter how well I warranted them. So the only kind of possible warrant she would even accept was, maybe very concrete, specific examples, and with no interpretation in them at all, So at some point I started looking for those because I thought if I could just adequately win the argument, then we wouldn't have to have it any longer, But of course, that's insane. Not how people work, not how most people work. It's how I work. Once a matter in dispute is resolved, then it's resolved. It's like the only reason we were arguing in the first place because it was in dispute. Not as some sort of activity we do. I mean, people use this expression, inductive reasoning. What exactly do you mean by it? It's hard. I've yet to hear a really good definition of it. Can somebody give me a good definition of inductive reasoning? Okay, so what I would say is that's not reasoning at all. That's using a heuristic. In other words, because we can't possibly and don't want to reason out everything, we have to have heuristics to bypass reasoning. And everybody does. People's heuristics that they use to bypass reasoning depend somewhat on what kind of reasoning they're bypassing and what their strategies are to bypass it. In other words, it depends on their cognitive function stack. But what people call inductive reasoning is not reasoning. It's a shortcut to bypass reasoning. It's not deliberation in any sense. Reasoning implies deliberation, and that's not what that is. Yeah, it's a heuristic that's important for decision making and for goal attainment and for things like that, but it's not a form of reasoning. I remember the conversation we had 6 months ago, and I said that I didn't like what you had to say, my ex. Yeah, well, that kind of shit is unacceptable unless, the thing is, it's totally fine if every issue gets resolved and then doesn't get revisited. because there are a finite number of things that person can complain about. So as long as every point in dispute gets resolved and doesn't come back to and doesn't come back up again and again. If the same issue comes back up again and again in a relationship, probably that relationship, it probably won't survive that. That's probably indicative of a fundamental flaw in the relationship, is my current thinking on the matter. Now, the idea that anybody should listen to me about okay, so interestingly, I disagree with Wikipedia's definition of inductive reasoning as well. Of course, Captain Negation has to disagree with everything. But Grogo puts, inductive reasoning is a method of reasoning in which the premises are viewed as supplying some evidence, but not full assurance of the truth of the conclusion. The problem with that is that definition is written in a way that projects the definer's own frame bias, assuming that people who draw conclusions, people who rationalize something like mia are operating under the same basic frame of reference as TI, is just qualified, right? But that's not the case at all. It's a whole different frame of reference. It's not, inductive reasoning is not qualified TI, which is what that definition says, basically. It's not the TI explanation of TE, okay? It's inductive reasoning is not reasoning at all. It's just saying, well, generally it's like this. So from my experience or from my observations of the world, generally it's like this. So since we're going to make a decision one way or the other, we'll take the one that seems like the better, holistically better decision to make. There's no reasoning there. It's intuition. It's habit. It's confirmation bias. It's availability heuristic. It's a lot of things, but it's not reasoning, you know? Yes, Pistofferson. Here's the thing about that relationship. So Pistofferson makes a good point. Given that I am FI polar, it would seem to me a terrible idea to consult me about relationship advice. But it turns out that's not the case. I'm actually the ideal person to ask about relationship advice because I'm not muddied by my FI. Interestingly, probably Octavio Silva is one of the best people to ask for feedback about extroverted intuition. She's extroverted intuition polar, but as a consequence, she's neither wowed by it, she doesn't overweight it or underweight it. It's not factored into her understanding things as a whole. So when you ask her, like, is this creative and clever and interesting? She'll be able to say yes or no. And she'll be correct. The thing about relationships is it's different than say introverted feeling, is that relationships are about how two people interact with each other. They are not about how one person expresses their being. And so there's necessarily an external component that comprises objective data. Whereas stuff that happens inside your own head doesn't comprise objective data. What's going on? What's going on? Oh, I see. Good job with the Franklin Harper. I see why Winston's mom hid the other one, because Winston's mom doesn't want me in this stream. That's why. That's FI for you right there. That's the mysterious FI. Exotic Mystery of the Exotic Orient. That's what it's sometimes known as. You guys know he's an idiot, right? Is a variant of my intuition was right. There's something off about you. It's like preschool level rhetoric, it's like fourth grade teasing level, I guess. I've got a trick. I'm going to state the assertion I want to make as a question confirming the agreement of others. Ooh. It's like, okay. If we get a question like that again, if we get that question specifically or something equivalent, next time Winston's wrong, let's all agree right now that we're just going to answer in the affirmative. Of course we do. Yeah. Why do you think we're watching this guy? We're not watching to learn anything, just to laugh at him, obviously. Just lay it all out there all the way across the chat. And then I'll say, even I know I'm an idiot. What kind of idiot are you to ask that question? God, can you believe this idiot? Like, that's in any doubt. I don't have cooties. I do not. I asked them to come and form a contract to make a unique soul bond with me as per the rules of this anime world. And they said I was too weak. I needed to get stronger first. My resolve. I was lacking in resolve, apparently. I'm going over my I forgot what I was doing, of course. Going over my list of ideas for videos that I've written down. And I believe I was up to the tarot typology construct. Next one, above that, age of the meta-analyst. Has it arrived? I'm not going to explain my thinking so much about that one because it's too complicated. The last one I have at the very top of the list is a video. This is the title. What do you think about this title? Does it make your inner Paris Hilton say, that's hot? Am I Fommel Hot's Fiona Apple? I will explain. I will explain to you what I mean. Yesterday, Rachel and Delilah and I were hanging out, and Delilah wanted to play for me a couple of songs. Usually I very much enjoy the songs that Delilah plays for me, but one point of disagreement that we have in general is about Fiona Apple's newer stuff. And so she played me this one waltz song of hers that I said, well, this is better than most of the other newer stuff I've heard. She's still avoiding melody for some reason, but it's more sound than her other recent songwriting. And then Joy played me another song, and I found myself on the second time that I played through it to explain what I was going to try to say. It just doubled down my fury. It made me so angry because it was a good song, it was well constructed. Okay, she hasn't put any of her own poo into this family meal we're having yet. Yeah, great cooking so far. Okay, great cooking so far. And then it's like she's got this verse, she's got this transition part, and it's obviously supposed to deliver at that point. Like, I paused it at the point the second time through. I said, this song is obviously and it is her moral obligation to let it be what it's supposed to be, to let it manifest its identity, this is the chorus that's supposed to go there. Rachel right away could tell, yes, that's definitely the chorus supposed to go. Even Delilah said, yeah, that's the chorus supposed to go. But I said, but why are you so mad about it? And I realized, oh, I must be Fauvre Hot's Fiona Apple. Fiona Apple makes me incredibly angry because I've seen how high heights she can achieve when she doesn't indulge herself in her bullshit. And I get tricked time and again. Tricked. There, listen to this song. And then it's good for a little bit, and it's now it's gonna go off like this. I can feel it. It's gonna be some slight variant of that, so it'll be extra spicily fantastic. And then no, she shoots her baby in the head. And it makes me really angry. I think that's what happened with Fauvre Hot. I think I'm Fauvre Hot's Fiona Apple. That there's something about the way I operate that both he sees as potentially magical and fundamentally hamstrung by a wrong prioritization on my part. However, the huge difference is Fiona Apple needs to be explained to, right? In other words, she needs to, Fauvre Hot, what's funny is this is literally the first time I've mentioned your name in 4 days. So your timing is impeccable. I shit you not. We haven't been talking about you at all. So, but I did have this experience where Delilah asked me, but why does it make you so mad? And I was like, why does it make me so mad? Because it genuinely does. In fact, I still feel angry about it. Just thinking about that song. It's like, how the fuck? What? But the huge difference is, of course, Fiona Apple needs to have a smarter person than she explain it to her. She has chosen, she's embraced, actively chosen FI over NI. And that's a problem. So it's like when somebody uses their 7th slot function to undermine, violate, or otherwise upend your 5th slot function ideal, that's what makes you super, super angry. So presumably I used Fauvre Hot's 7th to violate the prescriptions of his 5th. That's what I think. Now, what exactly that is, because I don't really know what Fauvre Hot is, but if you were an INTJ, that would be I used FE to undermine NE. I mean, if you believe it. When you triggered my anxiety? I mean, I definitely had a physical response of adrenaline and stuff. Is that always anxiety? There's no disputing the fact that you impacted me emotionally, and I had some sort of physical FI response. But I would hardly call that freaking. I mean, I did give you a good amount of FE. I figured you deserved it. You get what you pay for, you know. If you actually think I'm an ESTP, what would an ENTP look like? Can you point to any example of an ENTP? Is it Taylor? The things people say to me are just, I guess you could say it's what makes this such a delightful place. Okay, well, I mean, the cool thing is, Follow Hot, is that if you're right that I'm not, and C.H. Joseph's not, then there's a good example of somebody who is that I would be well contrasted against, and you can provide that example, and we can evaluate it and see, you know? Look at Eric. Damn, that's an athlete. This? This is an athlete? Wow. I have really, I feel like one of those characters in an anime who arrives in a world and they get a bunch of stat boosts just out of nowhere for no good reason, but I'll take it. You have earned the status athlete. Combined with the status repel undead, you have now attained the meta status Lord of Wisdom. Hey, guys, come on. I'm an athlete. I know how this shit goes down. I mean, I'm definitely not what you would call a natural athlete. I'd like to play basketball, and it was very clear to me and everybody else that whatever those fast twitch muscles are, that I don't have them. But, I did like to play basketball anyway. I like to play frisbee football. I did a pretty good job playing frisbee football. I probably could have potentially been good at say running, long distance running or something. But of course, I found it absolute torture. My dad made me go. I had to run all these 5K races with my dad as a kid. I hated it. Oh God, I fucking hated it. It was a nightmare. Soccer was fine. So they put me as the fullback. Then in kids soccer and AYSO, everybody has to play. But they'll cycle the worst kids out for each other at fullback. I was always fullback. I was on a good team, the Dobermans, and so my teammates had the ball on their end of the field most of the time. I just stood there by the goal, like kicking the grass, watching up there. What's going on? And then, oh shit! Oh no! They can't come all the way to me this time because I was on a good team. Like we went far into the playoffs, but I not zero thanks to me. Oh shit! They actually got through the other guys. I'm gonna have to try to do something here. Run up and what am I gonna do? In contrast, however, I was like the pimpin' athlete, so to speak. In boys choir, I was like the second best, which still it's like I had the misfortune of joining the boys choir while Lauren was there, and Lauren was our Piao Piao soloist. He had everything. He had the chops. He had the choir boy look. He had the whole thing going on, But but second's pretty damn good, I had a lot of, I guess, singing capital in that particular very localized group. I was like one of the cool kids, but Generally, no. Generally, I was not one of the cool kids. And generally, I was also not particularly athletic. Yeah. What else did I play sports-wise? I played a second season of AYSO soccer because I had fun in the first one because I was in the Dobermans and went to the playoffs, and I basically just got to stand back by the goal and kick the grass. And we always won, It was great. Everyone was happy. The next year, I came back play again. But the thing is, the coaches have a lot of influence over who's on whose team, right? And I don't know how I ended up on the Dobermans in the first team, but nobody wanted me on the second year I played. So I was on this really, really horrible team that lost every game, or not every game, but almost. And I didn't like that nearly as much, and I quit. And I don't even remember that season really. I don't really remember what went down there, but both are low risk takers. Harambe is an ISFJ. You mean the gorilla or whatever? I don't really know that story. As soon as I heard a little bit about it, I said I don't want to hear any more about it because it's too sad. You can be Eric Stevie like on Eastbound Show from HBO Law. You can see Eric Green like Kenny too. Eric needs to know how to tell an INTJ from an ISTJ. I mean, if you have a conversation with them, it's easy. ISTJs don't ever talk about really anything but what they've done, what stuff they did, or stuff they've got going on. Like, hey, the other day I got this car, and my camera got another Scion SB. This one is kind of like more souped up or something. I don't know. He told me a lot of stuff about it, right? So he's telling me about this car, why he got it, what's different about it from the other car. And then, when I tell him, he's like, one time Kara and I, he'll tell a little story about something that happened to him with his life. And then I'll say, blah, 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 blah. And then he'll say, my friend Eric Nelson, he must be guys named Eric have big lungs, because my friend Eric Nelson, he had super big lungs. And, back when he was in first year of medical school, when those medical school people, they probably say it's bad for your lungs, but they had the medical students do a lung capacity test, and Eric Nelson got the highest score of anybody in his class, and he was a big pot smoker. So that's SI. That is SI in a nutshell. If you have a conversation with an INTJ, it will not be filled with things like that. No, they don't necessarily ramble. They are prone to tell you more about penguins than you want to know, as my mom always used to say. My mom would criticize my dad by policing his FE by saying, you're telling us more about penguins than we want to know. Kind of a bit of ontological assault, frankly, and something I'm still repairing, because I don't find my dad's extended explanations and stories and knowledge relation to me to be boring. I find it very interesting. He's one of the few people I really find interesting to sit and listen to him answer my questions and explain things to me and teach me things, because he only does it in that capacity. It's like he's not he's not at all forcing his frame of reference on me. I'm asking him questions, and he's giving me interesting answers that I've, surprised. He's still surprising me to this day at 80, whatever he is. He's a very smart guy, and so it's not the case that he's telling me more about penguins than he wants to know. I want to know considerably more about penguins than he's already told me. Probably, I will probably have a lot of questions. It used to be when I was a kid, that's how it would play out with my dad. He'd start telling me about something, and then I'd ask him questions about it until he couldn't answer them. And then he'd say, and that's like, well, that's all there is to know about it, or something. Or that's where the book ended, or whatever. But nowadays, he doesn't understand that maybe that it still works the same way. If he'll let me, I'll just TI him until I exhaust everything interesting out of the topic, Now it would be a little bit different, my approach. When I was a kid, it was more like, okay, but if that's meow, then why is meow? Okay, but if that's meow, but you said meow over there, then okay, Eric. So, counterphobic 6. Katherine Fauvre. It's like NTJs, they want to, I don't know if it's all NTJs, but I think TJs in general, they want to pathologize NTPs. They really want there to be something wrong with me, as a general rule. And it's probably frustrating because NITE is not designed to win the argument at all about there being something wrong with me. And INTJs normally can get around that by actually being correct. But they never are in this instance because they're analysts and I'm meta-analysts. So it must be a frustrating reality if you don't like me and you're a TJ. If you do like me and you're a TJ, then you just FI me and you don't really you don't really T me at all, I guess. Don't T me, just F me. I'm loving that F. Don't T me, just F me. Because that F is the best. Don't T me, just F me. Fing me all the time. Because I'm loving those feelings just as much as wine. Yes. Well, not necessarily. Yes, it is. Absolutely, it is. I think so. There's no qualifiers necessary. Hey, Eric, is it FE for my 5-year-old niece to say stuff like, wow, that chocolate looks really tasty, instead of asking me for some? Absolutely. The ultimate example of that quality being when I had some thing on the seat of the car, and I got in the car and I was messing with things here. I wasn't really looking. I'd unlocked the door. I wasn't sure why Rachel had opened the door, but she wasn't getting in the car yet. But I wasn't looking, and she said to me, and I look over, do you want that there? There's a lot of things a person could do. This scenario is a good scenario to explain cognitive functions in general. Okay. General rules are always one of those two things. They're not FITI. They are. The thing is, actually having and using general rules are always one of those things. Defining a general rule is a TI thing. So what was I about to say? Something hugely important? Good morning.
Good morning.
How are are you?
Okay.
Let me mute this. Hi, I'm back. That was my dad. He wanted to tell me that he's going to the desert tomorrow. You know, and he wanted to. But see, this is the thing. It's actually very relevant to Octavia. Yeah, everything's fine. It's very relevant to Octavia Silva's question, which is he said, "Now it's a 2-bedroom, and I'm going to have it for this many days, and blah 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 blah." But he, I just let him talk it all out, and then he eventually got to. So if you want to come down, but it's not quite the same thing as like an FE approach, which would be more like, I guess the FE approach would be, hey, you want to come with me to whatever, right? That would be more of an FE approach, I guess. Hey, would you like to come with me to blah 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 blah? Would you and Rachel like to come down? And he always wants to put all this effort into assuring me that under no circumstances should I consider his feelings. It's so weird. It's like playing defense against me going down there because I think he'd like to spend time with me, right? Or he wants some company or something. That everything's got to be because I want it. And it's like, Dad, what I want is to be a good son. That's what I want. And you want, you want me to not care what you want at all. Am I an only child? Yeah. Right, but no pressure. Yeah, right. No, I get it, Winston's mom. It's just, I really, I really, I really want to solve my relationship problems with Effie. In other words, what do you want? What do you like that I provide, and I'll provide that for you. But I have to, I guess, use FI more. Have you considered or thought about my proposal any further? Katherine, are you asking to marry me? I didn't see your question, Octavia, or I didn't notice it or something. I don't know. Eric, is any first the most likely to ask complex questions about a topic, where any third is most likely to just talk about what they know about a topic? I mean, I find my dad's extroverted intuition to express mostly as plans to do things, and also anticipating things that could go wrong. Occasionally making jokes. So he's got a great idea of, let's go to this place I've never been before. He also has extroverted intuition third in the sense that he has a philosophy PhD. So in that regard, he kind of just likes intuitive ideas. You know, it's not like he really does any philosophizing as I would define it himself. To me, it makes no sense, therefore, why you would be interested in philosophy at all. But that's because my dominant function is to create my own philosophy, whereas philosophy is sort of a reward for him or something to have it at his disposal because he has to learn with his SI. He doesn't create it himself, you know? It's SI above NE. Octavia Silva always likes to involve other people in her activities. Very fussy when it comes to sensory disturbances. Very angry when people talk over her. You know what, Winston's mom? I'm gonna reframe that in my head. I think what you meant to say was Octavia Silva : quotation ish paraphrase. I wish there were a paraphrase mark, right? Instead of a quotation mark. I mean, that's kind of my first instinct, MJ, was to totally poo-poo that idea. But then I remember some of my dad's crazy, not common sense explanations for things that happened to him. He's very common sense about the external world, though. Like, he's correct about politics and stuff in very common sense kind of ways, but he'll have a very outlandish explanation for something that happened to him personally that he can't explain. You know, and he'll make his outlandish explanation out of whatever personal links he can find. So, for example, he one time got a ticket from Northern California. He had not been in Northern California at the time. In that car he was in, there's no possible way he had earned that toll evasion or whatever it was in Northern California. It's impossible. He could prove, if he had wanted to go to the hassle of doing so, that it was definitely not him who was there. He had records, financial records saying he was here the whole month surrounding that day and longer. There's no possible way he could have been there. But he got to take it from there anyway. And it showed a picture of his license plate. Either showed a picture of his license plate or I think it showed a picture of his license plate. And so his reasoning was, okay, who do I know, or how do I know, how does my personal life link to Northern California? And the neighbor there, that neighbor, who their son was at Cal Berkeley at the time as a student. And so my dad's conclusion was that he had made that happen, that he had somehow, because we were next door, gotten our license plate number and somehow, right? Because after all, the only two SI things he could find here in common were Northern California on this piece of paper, Northern California next door. Linkage. It's like that's lacking common sense in some sense. So NI is described as common sense correctly about things like that, but not about politics. NI lacks common sense when it comes to like politics and stuff, because politics is not subject to the kind of relatively closed system patterns that NI needs to meaningfully pattern recognize. If a system's too open, that means it's too responsive to things that happen, then you can't anticipate it out very long
because it's not constrained very much by its grammar. It will adjust its grammar according to things that come in. It's why it's almost impossible to test me with any kind of personality test without me gaming the test to help you figure out who I am, right? Because I understand too much, and the alternative is even worse. From an intellectual perspective, from an intellectual honesty perspective, the alternative is even worse, right? What time? It's 4 hours and 37 minutes. Guys, this is too long. Too long of a live stream. You guys have to get ready for work. You need to brush your teeth. Alan, have you even gone pee yet? Go pee. I can tell you need to go. Politics is an open system. Politics by nature is a communal system, which has to be open. Right. The point is that, like, NI does its best work when it goes, all right, let's understand it through the pattern of a pendulum swing. And it'll still, in that case, it'll get the swivel right, but not the meow, right? So it's like, it's got to compromise somewhere. With politics, there is a certain pendularity to it. Like, there's a natural backlash directionality, but people who are trying to game that, politics is people trying to game politics. So it's particularly subject to subsuming whatever you want to do in terms of describing it, understanding it, / meowing it. Oh, is this your job? Oh, good. Honestly, you know what? Good to see y'all here. Workforce team. Together we will seize an ever-growing share of the marketplace. That's our mission statement. Our mission statement is seize ever-growing share of marketplace until own everything. Are we all on board? If we were to fully succeed as a business, all of everybody's attention will be directed towards me 100% of the time. Can we agree on that? That's our criterion for success. Now get out there and make it happen. I'm doing my part. I'm here to be paid attention to. You do your part. Stay here, pay attention to me while concurrently going to getting more people. Is that too much to ask? God, am I the only one who does anything around here? Boy, people think it must be nice, it must be easy and fun to be a YouTuber. No, I've got to deal with people like you all the time. People say, you're a prima donna. Well, you try dealing with fans, okay? You try dealing with fans. They're awful. They're not human, okay? It's like me in 1 year. Eric, what happened? You used to be so down to earth. Well, not anymore. Earth is for scum like you. I'm up here in the sky. That's funny. I'm getting a cup of coffee right now. Time for the bong. Thanks, Alan. I appreciate that. That's good reminding. Listen, I'm not going to lie. Let's do the following thing here. I'm going to smoke this cigarette. I'm going to try to calm down. I've been a little worked up. if we're looking for someone to blame, and obviously that's what we do as good people, we constantly blame. I think we can all agree to blame Katherine Fauvre. Okay? For all of my anger today, even that not caused by her, let's agree to blame Katherine Fauvre. It's fair because I like it. Really makes you think, huh? Well, of course it's fair. I like it, don't I? Yeah. It's in my interest, right? Yes. Okay, so it's fair. Okay. I would like to find one of these spite monkeys and sort of deputize the spite monkey to begin an organization called the Shit on Eric Advisory Board Vin Action Squad. So they can compare notes and come up with some new material for one thing. But beyond that, they need people to talk to, obviously. They can talk to each other. Hey, listen, Katherine Fauvre. Your calling Grogu a hermit is a form of identity colonization that oppresses who he is fundamentally. And you need to stop right now. Let me see that shame face. No, not shamed. Now you need to look really ashamed of yourself. Otherwise, I'm still going to be mad. Okay, there it is. Thank you. The tears are a nice touch. I appreciate them. Warren Cuthbert, I got a little bit of bad news for you. Desert INTJ, when you wanted to go out with him, all of a sudden he seemed super attractive to me. I kind of swooped on him. He and I are currently dating. We share a love of the desert. We share a love of the desert that you'll never have. I love it because of the sand. She loves it because of the cacti. I love it because of the wind. He loves it because of the blue sky. Together, we are desert. One of the worst parts about being with Desert INTJ, though, is no matter how much we love the desert, somehow I'm the only one who ever ends up coming home with spines in his ass. What do you mean DL? I thought keep it on the DL meant keep it on the discussion list. Was I wrong about this, INTJ? Oh, you wanted me on the hush hush, you meant. Ooh, I'm sorry. I've already made a 3-hour-long documentary on our robust fellatio practices. Fellatio, fellatio, fellatio. That's a pretty good camera angle. So I look like a super villain. Throw them overboard. Wah, ha, 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 ha. Ka, 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 ka. All right, I think I'm gonna wrap it up. What was the proposal that the ring announcer had said? I don't know. Here's a hug for everybody. There you go. I'm encircling you with my loving arms, just like you were a teddy bear. I'm encircling you, loving with my arms in my hair. I'm running my hands down your face. I'm touching your shoulders too. I'm hugging and stroking and jostling jiggle. Yes, I'm loving you. That's my virtual hug for you. In song form. Genexio, that is such a great thing to say about something. I don't know what, but your face right now, my face, your face right now looks like the album cover for 42 Minutes of Whining. Yes, indeed. Oh, good. FI tool user. Oh my God. I really want to buy that album or make that album. 42 Minutes of Whining as a record album, especially just on vinyl, of course. And it would just be the whole thing like, God, I hate it when it's cold outside and I have just finished my last cigarette and I have another pack of cigarettes, but it's in the car. Oh, God, I hate that. It's like, also, it's like when it's cold at night and you get up and you have to go pee. Well, at my house, sometimes the floor is like really cold on my feet. It really sucks. I don't like it. And then it's like sometimes people are like, they say stupid shit to me. And it's like, my intuition was right. There's something off about you. And I just want to just be like, oh, come on. I don't know if I could keep that up for 42 minutes straight, though. Just one take, 42 minutes straight whining, complaining. You could also do 42 minutes worth of silver linings, which is all things like, well, I may be going bald, but at least I don't need my hair to keep warm. I could always put on a hat. Or, well, I may have to eat those guinea pigs, but at least I won't starve. Eric's secondary album title, I'm Uncomfortable. Okay. Yeah, no, I understand. Jesus. That'd be just like an anime. Anime characters always make noise every time they move. Little sounds like that. been paying attention lately to sort of soundscaping in anime. The ones that are really well done, you'll hear them subtly increase the echo when they change spaces. Sometimes they'll hit you over the head with it, and it's kind of like, okay, I get it. They're in a fucking hangar. Fine. It's enough fucking stadium reverb. Please pull back a little bit. But the ones that do it really well, it adds so much to the experience of watching it. Mm-hmm. But think about it this way, Grogu. Life in anime world is very simple. Let's say you're talking to a girl, and all of a sudden, 3 red lines appear on each cheek. You know exactly what that means. This girl likes me, right? Let's say you're talking to somebody, and they get little black lines going up into a little bit of mist right here. That means they're really embarrassed / frustrated that you brought that thing up. Let's say somebody goes like, in anime world, you know that it's going to be important to make a decision about whether to trust somebody when they do this to you. It might be called nice guy pose. So there's a lot of sure things in anime that you don't have in the regular world. Not everybody in the regular world has a snot bubble and drool coming out of them when they're sleeping. But in anime world, you can count on people who are awake only having snot bubbles when they're small children. So you can be assured that a non-small child with a snot bubble in anime world is asleep. Important things, heuristics that we don't have in the regular world. How's Eric? Do you know how to track the addresses of viewers here on the live stream? No. Why would I? Here's the thing, guys. No matter how loosey-goosey you are with the information around me, I still won't care. Right? I'm not that curious. It's like, I don't, but you don't know who this person is. And I don't care. I mean, people are like, well, you know, okay, I'm going to be very careful with my real identity because I wouldn't want Eric to know who I actually am. Well, why not? Well, because then what? Then you might come get me or something. I don't care about you. Why would I come get you? You know, it's like, you could tell me your address 1,000 times. And if I wanted to get your house, I'd have to call you up and ask you where you lived. You could tell me your full first, middle, and last name. And I'd still call you Winston's mom or Genexiel and probably have trouble remembering what your name is if you asked me. Like, for example, Spacey's girlfriend texted me the other day and said, "This is Steven's girlfriend." I said, "Who's Steven?" You know, it's like, oh. It's like your concerns about your privacy regarding me, like investigating you or something, are insane. I don't have time for that or interest in that. No, I gotta retract that statement. I do have time for that, but I don't have any interest in doing it. I can't lie. I do have time for that, but you know, that's why opportunity is just 1/3 of the prima facie case. You also have to have means and motive. I might even have means, but I have no motive at all. Uh, Peter and Chi-Chi, yes. I'm going to agree. There's zero chance that I will forget Peter Dentichi's name because his internet name is his actual name, Peter Dentichi. Like MJ, I know her name. It's something like Margarine. I always think of her as Margarine, right? It's something like that. So I just think of her as MJ, though. You remember earlier I was discussing being named Miracle Whip. Well, if somebody's going to name me Miracle Whip, they might name you Margarine. Right? Yeah, I remember your name too, Sour Cream. Oh, wait, I mean, Lauren Cuthbert. You also have your whole name there. The Genexial will always be the Genexial. I'm sure he has some other name. In fact, he doesn't even get to be called by the name that he came here with, which is the Genzennial. He gets to be called by my mispronunciation of the name he came in with. So, that's called being really self-absorbed. Eric's pretty self-absorbed. Looks like Genexial to me. It's like, those girls are in an exochilt. I just really wish I could just refuse to call them anything but exochilt. Their name looks like it should be pronounced exochilt. I don't like the idea of me ever calling such a person Xochitl. It's like, why would you choose that lame pronunciation when you could choose to have people pronounce your name exochilt? I would totally go with exochilt. Exochilt. It's like most girls' names have a song too that goes with them, but there's not yet a popular song that associates with the name Exochilt. Maybe if I made a good song about a girl named Exochilt, I could be the Eric Clapton's Layla of the name Layla, or the Sweet Caroline of the name Caroline, right? Like, how many girls' names have a song that goes with it? Georgia on my mind. Now I might be talking about the state, but I don't know. You want a motivation troll? Oh, right. Like you're motivated for those good reasons, Peter Dentichi. You're really motivated by evil. My intuition was right. There's something off about you. Like that? Does that make you feel better? Question my decency some more. Once every month, I hire a young woman to come in and question my decency with a lot of really deep cutting kind of ontological doubt. And that helps reset so that once again I can move forward with a proper amount of self-reflection. Eric, that's a dominatrix. The way you just described that is disingenuous. Okay, well, I like to call her my humanity check, so to speak. My humility check. This helps keep me optimally functioning as a chief executive of a corporation, and helps me remember a lot of things that are important. Okay, it's therapy. It's therapy is what it is. Okay, there's a word for that, and it's not a therapy. Okay. I like her to tell me things like, you just work in the mail room. You stay here and sort these envelopes. Oh, yeah. I'm sorting them. Oh, yeah. I love sorting envelopes. That'd be the ideal mailroom employee. At the end of the day, all the mail's perfectly sorted and he's all sweaty and oh God, I gotta go. Good job today. Yeah. Whew. I sorted the fuck out of that mail. Oh my God. Yeah, sweaty and gross. People said he gets on the bus and everyone moves away from him. Because he's still mumbling things like Office 4B, Office 4C. Oh yeah. Insufficient postage. He really gets off on insufficient postage. That's just like high point of his day. What's something that turns me on in a non-sexual way? The cat. Like the male cat especially. Because I never pet him or anything. I can only look at him from afar. He's a wild cat and he doesn't come that close to me. But he seduces me with his eyes every time I see him. I don't want to have sex with him, but I feel like this must be how a woman feels in the presence of a man whom she wishes to give herself to. It's like, okay, you're the boss. Trouble. Okay. You're so funny, Trouble. I feel like that about Trouble. He's a very handsome cat, I tell you. He's got this great gray and white face that just is. It's like as soon as we saw that cat when I moved here, and Rachel and I probably saw him around the same time. She moved into this place with me very shortly after I moved in here. And I said, "Oh, here comes Trouble." And that was his name ever since, you know. You can just see it. He swaggers. He's got an ESTP vibe that just won't quit. It's like back before we sort of came to an agreement about our respective places around here. You know, he tried to kind of push around Capito, and I'd be like, "Hey," and he'd be like, and then like kind of walk off. And I was like, I wonder if I can get his number. He's cool. I was like, don't like him. He's an asshole. Guys like that are not good for you. Yeah, but he's so rugged and tough. It's like, now that's a man. Is it platonic? I don't know. I just appreciate the cat's sort of just like both like super friendly middle fingers, you know? I just walking around. I'm a male cat. I still got my balls. Nobody owns me. I go over to your house. I look at you. I expect you to give me some food. All right? It's just that simple. If you're really cool about it, I might once in a while give you one of these. You know, a little close my eyes so that it shows you're cool with me. But I got to earn it, you know? There's no doubt who wears the pants in this relationship. And it's the only time I do set boundaries, though, when he starts abusing Kitty or gets into a fight with my cat, then I go out there and scream. Because even though he's an asshole and a douchebag and treats me like an object and just uses me, I'm not going to let him abuse my child. So, yeah, I always side with my cat, but he makes my heart flutter. Okay, on that note, I'm going to go. Anything you didn't like in this dream at all, anything at all in this dream that you did not like, blame it on Katherine Fauvre. Or COVID, one of the two.